Morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the Storage Design and Modeling Working Group on the Uplift and DEB Mixed Fuel and Distribution Level Resources and SOC Management. My name is Elena Kopolov-Alford, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be helping facilitate the web conference today. I'm joined by Sergio Dueñas-Melendez, Storage Sector Manager in Market Policy Development, Dinesh Dasgupta, Policy Developer, Bob Cott, Principal in Operations Policy, and later on today, Kun Zhao will be joining us as Market Development Analyst Lead. But before we get started, just a quick reminder that these materials are available on the Storage Design and Modeling Initiative page. You can get to that page by going to kaiso.com, navigating to the Stakeholder Center tab at the top, and selecting Policy Initiatives, and that'll take you to our main initiative landing page. From that page, you can navigate to the Storage Design and Modeling page, and the latest documents will be toward the top of that page. And I did want to make a note that we did repost the discussion paper on the mixed fuel and distribution level resources last week. We added a couple of paragraphs to the HSL section, so take a look there before submitting your comments. Just a few housekeeping reminders before we get started. The call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. The meeting is structured to stimulate dialogue and engage different perspectives. And please keep your comments professional and respectful as always. And please try and be brief and refrain from repeating what's already been said so we can manage our time efficiently today. To raise your hand, make sure you first open the participant chat panels from the bottom right of your WebEx screen, and you will see the raise hand icon at the bottom of the participant panel. If you connected to this meeting outside of WebEx, you can press *3 on your phone to get into the question queue. If you add a question into the chat, or if you raised your hand, just make sure you say your name and affiliation before making your comment or asking your question, and you can send your question in the chat to all panelists. If you are having any technical issues, you can let our event producer know. You can chat them at Intelor Events. Today's event producer is Silas. And I also wanted to let you know that we are having some VM issues here. So if anybody drops out, we will get right back on, and we've got backup and we've got coverage. But if you're seeing some technical issues, that's what's going on there. Okay. Silas, can you move to the next slide? I think my VM heard that I was having technical issues and would not move forward. Okay, so on our agenda from today, Sergio is going to cover Uplift, the current drivers for storage resources, followed by an open discussion. And then we're going to move over to our stakeholder presentations. Nicole Selling is going to present for DMM, Chris Seven for TerraGen, and Sam Heil for, I'm sorry, can you go back to slide 4? Sam Heil for Nextera. We're going to take a break from noon to 1, and then we're going to come back with Zhao covering the monitoring of PRR 1627 changes for SOC management and FRU, followed by an open discussion. And then Dinesh is going to cover the high sustainable limits, default energy bid and hybrid resources, dynamic limits and ancillary services, and distribution level charging constraints, followed by an open discussion before we close that out with any time we have left there. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Sergio on the next slide. And if Sergio can get presenting right, he'll take it from here.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Elena, and welcome everyone. Good morning. I hope you're doing well and enjoying the summer. We have a lot of topics today. We have a pretty packed agenda, so I think the best will be to dive right into it. These slides that I'll cover, as well as the presentation that DMM will provide, is related to the Uplift and DEB topic group. The goal of this section really is to provide some form of inventory of the different drivers that we're seeing for storage resources today, getting VCR, and to stimulate the conversation around the viability of modifying these rules so that these conditions do not result in uplift in the future, or considering how uplift should be determined under different circumstances that we'll cover here in a future framework for storage resources. So, the goal here is trying to present those drivers. We'd love to hear from stakeholders if there's other drivers, other ways to characterize or categorize them, and obviously as well hear your perspective on whether this would be warranted under a future construct or not. I had thought about basically doing this in the Q&A of this section until 11, but I will honestly try to be a little bit faster so that our stakeholders also have ample time to present their slides. So I might try to kind of hold questions until a couple of natural pausing points. Okay, let's get started. So first, quick background for everyone on VCR and storage. VCR is the process that today ensures scheduling coordinators will be able to recover a host of costs enlisted here if total market revenues earned over the course of the day do not cover the sum of the units accepted bids, or if the units were dispatched out of merit order due to different circumstances, including MIO, and those excess bid costs are not recovered throughout the operating day. The idea behind VCR since its inception has been to incentivize efficient bidding for resources. Without it, it's very likely that resources, particularly conventional assets, would need to add a risk premium to their offers, and that would lead to inefficient market outcomes and very likely an overall higher cost of energy. It's very important to note that this current design was thought of for gas and other thermal generators, but it was generally extended to non-generator resources. So the challenge that we're facing and that we have been discussing since our prior effort last year, that as recognized by FERC, storage resources lack all of the traditional drivers of bid cost recovery. They are continually dispatchable. They do not have startup, shutdown, minimum load, or transition costs. And in addition to that, the way that storage resources participate in the market, their bids, while seemingly analogous to the bids of other resources, they do not result merely from the costs to produce energy in a given interval, meaning they are also reflecting the storage resources' willingness to be dispatched at a given time based on the opportunity costs in future intervals. This is not to say that opportunity costs are negligible or unimportant, but it is to say that they are materially different than what is included in the bids of other dispatchable resources like conventional thermal assets. Since we have, I was going to say since we started this conversation last year, but in reality, this has been pointed out by DMM and the MSC for longer, that the current VCR design, particularly in real time, it incents inefficient battery bidding behavior, basically by removing any exposure to real-time prices and by nullifying the incentives that these resources might have to bid in a manner that is consistent with their prior commitments and the real-time conditions. So this reduces the ability of the system to reliably count on these resources, and it does create some opportunities for strategic behavior. In 2024, and I would like to thank the DMM for their efforts in their particular battery storage report, that in 2024, real-time VCR payments to batteries amounted to about almost $18 million, representing over 10% of all bid cost recovery payments. So, this is a matter that is material to the health of the market, and as the deployment of storage resources has increased, the importance of addressing this issue has also become more prominent. So, because recovery happens both in the day ahead time frame and in real time. In day ahead, because recovery payments to batteries have been extremely low, this is not to say that they're zero, but really the instances in which day ahead BCR is paid to batteries is usually associated with an interaction between a scheduling coordinator submitted parameter, let's say either an outage or a self-schedule, and the day-ahead optimization, a process that may cause uneconomic market dispatches. So this is less of a smaller, very much smaller share of the BCR paid to storage, and it can largely be attributed to some interactions that we'll discuss in upcoming slides. The bulk of the challenge comes in the form of the bit cost recovery paid in real time. What we've seen is that the majority of those payments stem from state of charge constraints that impact charging or discharging, and in general, that forces resources to buy or sell back their day-ahead market award. Now, as we'll see in the upcoming slides and as we've discussed in prior meetings, the reasons why a storage resource might face state of charge constraints that limit charging and discharging, particularly in real time, are diverse. Some of them are very clearly stemming from the interactions with other pieces or processes in the market. Others are more so related to how bids and scheduling coordinators submitted parameters interact with each other as well. So the goal here is really to kind of go over this, try and have an inventory that we agree on drivers and that we agree on how they're being defined, so that then we can, as a community, try and categorize them in what is warranted under a future construct, what isn't, and whatever is warranted, should it be calculated in a different manner, etc. Okay, so let's start with the first issue that is really much related to the day ahead BCR. That, as I mentioned, while uncommon, it's non-zero, but it is a smaller share than the real-time BCR. So I called it self-schedules, DA optimization, and initial state of charge. This is trying to show how all of these different parameters interact and can create a situation where some form of behavior could be strategically thought of or used to create BCR. So today, resources can submit self-schedule in the day-ahead horizon, and that self-schedule, given how day-ahead works out, how the optimization works out, and other parameters, it can cause uneconomic charging and discharging, which in turn obviously creates VCR. So let's imagine the storage resource can submit a day-ahead self-schedule for charging or discharging energy. Then in the same kind of dead circumstance, the resource does not submit an initial day-ahead state of charge that is sufficient to support that schedule. So you can imagine a resource, for example, with a self-schedule to discharge any amount early in the morning. And then this self-schedule is paired in a way, it's being seen along with a state of charge that is insufficient to support it. And it's early in the day, right? So because of that difference, the resource, what it experiences is that the market will uneconomically charge it to be able to meet that self-schedule. And then that resource is now made eligible for the day-ahead VCR associated with those hours of the uneconomic awards that were needed to meet the self-schedule. These resources, this is a circumstance that is highly susceptible to strategic behavior. And importantly, it is very clear that this is something that can be known or addressed by the parameters that are submitted by the scheduling coordinator. This is not the only circumstance where an outcome like this could occur, meaning it's not just about self-schedules and initial SOC. It could be, for example, there's self-schedules and outages, or any other forms of parameters that will force an uneconomic charging or discharging for the market to be able to meet that self-schedule. In general, I'd say from the materials and conversations we've had in this context before and what other stakeholders and MSC, DMM have commented on this matter, this seems to be kind of the format, the framework under which day-ahead VCR may materialize to storage, and it is very clear that at this point, we definitely welcome feedback, perspectives, comments, but it seems very clear that this is fully driven by SC action that might trigger this form of uneconomic behavior that then receives VCR. Moving forward, the next slides are really looking again at drivers of VCR, but they're much more focused on real-time drivers, right? This is the kind of day-ahead VCR circumstance that we've seen, and the remaining ones are about real-time. Okay, so this one, a lot of you will be very familiar with some of the language included in this slide. This one is trying to represent at its broadest definition what we called concern one in our prior efforts. And it's basically the current VCR design just does not have any incentives for storage resources to reflect real-time prices conditions in their bids. Essentially, how we were discussing this in our prior effort was the current VCR design insulates storage resources from real-time conditions, making them indifferent to meeting their prior commitments or not, and to the potential pricing effects of them because of this insulation. So on the current design, the resources may be able to submit real-time bids that do not align with the real-time marginal costs for buying or selling back a day-ahead schedule that becomes infeasible. This makes it so that resources are no worse off financially, and before some of the modifications that we pursued last year, not only not worse off, but also potentially better off through some VCR payments. The current VCR design, as we have it today, makes it so that large amounts of VCR are paid to these resources when they are unable to perform to the real time, in the real time, given their prior commitments. But this issue is definitely intertwined with other challenges. I want to recognize that. The ability of these resources to submit bids that reflect expected real-time prices and bids might be affected by some modifications or limits to how their bids, caps to their bids. That's something we've been working on since last year, and that not just standalone storage resources, but other resources will need to have access to, so that they can properly reflect that high opportunity because they expect. And also the challenge of mitigation is also present. we have a specific slide about mitigation coming up where we talk about its prevalence, which seems at a system level, not as high, but for some resources, it could be more impactful. But then again, this slide really is trying to present this issue at the broadest level, and the upcoming ones try to parse it out on different drivers. So let's go through 2 or 3 of these examples of why would you be in a situation, why would a storage asset be in a situation where it is SOC constrained ahead of a day ahead of war. So a big one is there is a material difference in the IFM and RTM state of charge. This is similar to what we discussed 2 slides ago on the difference between the head SOC, but it's really something that is happening throughout the day. It doesn't need to be just at the beginning. Other differences between day ahead or IFM and RTM SOC can be accounted to differences in market dispatch through either uninstructed deviation, mitigation, the optimization process, or bidding behavior. As you can tell, as we get deeper and deeper into these examples, or well, examples might not be the great word, like these archetypes of circumstances that produce VCR, as we get deeper and deeper, in some of them, it becomes a bit more challenging to parcel out what was the key driver of the behavior. So here in these slides, we're trying to kind of offer or separate them between, was it uninstructed deviation, was it mitigation, was it the optimization process, etc. Now, when we look at VCR over a whole day, when we look at all of what happened in the intervals and net them out, we do not have a flag that immediately tells us it was because of mitigation or it was because of the optimization process. But the exercise here is really, meant to stimulate that conversation of whether different drivers should be considered to have merit or not. So the first option of why IFM and RTM state of charge are differing comes down to the initial state of charge. The initial state of charge is something that can be submitted by a value that can be submitted by the scheduling coordinator. If there is no value that is submitted, we're going to look at the ending state of charge of the prior day, if available, and if not, we're going to use 0. That is the current assumption. Now, what this can lead to, though, is significant VCR if there is a material difference between those SOCs, and as I mentioned before, particularly if this is paired with a self-schedule, we will basically have a circumstance where the optimization will immediately uneconomically use dispatchable resource to be able to meet that self-schedule. A very significant share of the VCR that we see coming from insufficient real-time state of charge is directly related to day-ahead initial SOC value that was not submitted and then defaulted to 0. The other instance, and I see there's a hand, let me just go through 2 more slides and we'll go to the hands. The other potential driver is mitigation, and we've discussed mitigation quite a lot since our last efforts and in this one as well. Basically, a storage resource may submit bids that are, in their perspective, reflective of real-time conditions, and they're trying to do that to manage their own SOC, but then those bids might be mitigated, which would in turn potentially result in dispatch that affects their ability to meet future schedules. We've heard from the MSC and from stakeholders that this is an instance that in a future structure will continue to definitely warrant some form of uplift. I think in general, the ISO agrees with that position that, if mitigation did affect the SOC, some form of uplift is reasonable. This being said, a lot of the analysis we've seen, both from the ISO staff and DMM, shows that the impact of mitigation on the SOC of storage resources at the system level is actually quite small. However, there might be individual cases that, given the specific nature of that asset, where it is, etc., have been impacted more so than just looking at the system-wide level. We've been looking at this from both sides of mitigation, from if a resource was mitigated and thus had a more difficult time increasing its SOC, but also if it just was mitigated and then that depleted the SOC. And overall, it seems like the impact of this is generally small. Again, this is not to say that this is not a driver or that it wouldn't merit a form of consideration in an uplift mechanism. But it is to say that relative to the other drivers, it doesn't seem to be as influential, to have as much of an impact. Let me pause here and let's take the hand. I think that's the only one up now. Yeah.
Hi, this is Don Trethaway from California Energy Storage Alliance. Just a process question. I really think it'd be better to take questions slide by slide. There's a lot of material here and a lot of clarifying questions that I had in terms of how it was working. So, for example, on the slide where you talked about self-schedules in the day-ahead market, my understanding is that the current BCR rules, there is a rule that if you self-schedule, you're ineligible for BCR in the previous interval, previous hour, for example. Are you saying that the issue is that it's triggering BCR, 2 hours, 3 hours in advance of the self-schedule?
Yeah, that is something that can happen, that the uneconomic dispatch has to occur over a period longer than the period that is disallowed for BCR. Yeah.
And then another question, has the settlement changes that were approved last year on BCR, have those actually been implemented in the software to where you could see the impact that that's had on bid cost recovery?
These changes have not been implemented in the software. We are working on that implementation and targeting it to be in the T+11 month resettlement period for the dates that FERC approved it to be live, which is December 1st, 2024. So that puts us in the, let's say, Q4 timeframe of this year.
No, Sergio, I think if you actually implemented it, I understand that it's going to be resettled back to December 1st. If it's actually implemented in the software now, we should be able to see what the reduction in BCR payments has occurred, even though it hasn't.
It is not implemented in the software at this time.
When is it going to be implemented?
Later this year, ahead of that resettlement period.
Okay. That's all for now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'll keep going then. We were in mitigation, yes. Okay, the next one, it relates to uninstructed deviation. This is a potential driver that is not as prevalent as others, but it has occurred, where we see resources engage in an uninstructed discharge in hours prior to a day-ahead discharge schedule, and that does then later trigger some form of BCR associated with the excess bid cost of buying back the later day-ahead schedule. Uninstructed discharge, obviously, beyond any of the strategic bidding or strategic behavior potential of this issue is the payment of BCR to uninstructed deviations is generally not something that we do for other resources. The fact that this is something that can occur with storage resources is something that we want to be revise and discuss if there's any potential argument for it. But at this time, from our perspective, this is one of those items, cleanup items, let's say, where we need to make sure that we're treating these resources in a manner consistent with how we treat others. And then the final driver, this is different than the prior ones that basically relate to alternatives or paths that might impact a storage resource to have a state of charge that is different in IFM relative to RTM. But this one is more so about storage resources that already have a day-ahead AS award and their ability to still use some form of derate in real time so that they can meet the award, but that derate energy is then not excluded from the VCR calculation. So basically, let's think of an energy storage resource that receives a AS award in day ahead, and that AS award is deliverable entirely within its charging-discharging range. That means that the resource will be able to be at 0 megawatts in an energy schedule while preserving that deliverability of the AS award. When submitting a derate, it's able to submit a derate without that flagging a concern on the awarded AS. But when submitting that derate, those could potentially result on economic bid costs. And today, those are not excluded from the storage VCR calculation. This is interesting because similar to the uninstructed dispatch issue, this treatment seems to be generally inconsistent with the treatment for other resources, meaning for another resource that is derated, we wouldn't see that as, it wouldn't show up in the VCR calculation. It would instead be under the AS no pay for the rated capacity. So again, this shows a potential for some form of strategic bidding and scheduling that is unique to storage resources at this point, and that's similar to the uninstructed dispatch conversation. We might want to think of these more so as cleaning up to ensure consistent treatment, whereas other of the drivers, mainly the ones related to the difference between IFM and RTM state of charge, I think conversation that we've already started and that we should continue is really to what degree do we think the issue is, to what degree do we think that those differences come from SC action or the market, how the market works, and even then knowing that source, is it material and is it reasonable for uplift to occur in that circumstance? I do want to note that there is one other driver that we've discussed quite a lot, and I didn't put another slide knowing that we have a couple of stakeholder presentations on this, but that is MIO, right? And I think that a big discussion we've had on MIO has been around whether on the net it creates a situation where recovery or uplift is warranted or not. That is definitely, I think, a discussion that we welcome and that we welcome questions on. Overall, MIO is a feature of the market that is used not just for storage, and it's not only used to utilize the store energy in the periods where it's most valuable, but generally to enable the efficiency of CAISO markets. So thinking about MIO in this context, I think will require some discussion on its trade-offs by how different stakeholders see it, and I believe that NextEra later on might present on some of these ideas. So I'll pause here. I see a couple of hands. Let's go with Alva and then Karen.
Although your line is unmuted, you may need to check that you're not muted on your phone.
We still can't hear you, Alva.
Sorry, I think I'm unmuted now. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. On the previous slide, I'd heard this example presented. Actually, it was I think by Kathleen Colbert a few days ago, and I wanted to get your opinion, or perhaps an opinion from the ISO, as to what was really the correct way to deal with this issue. And the example was resources providing spin or regulation up at zero, as you said, and then it registers a capacity derating, and where a thermal resource would simply see, as you said, a no pay for a portion of the ancillary services. The model in the CAISO model for storage tries to is much more insistent on preserving the ancillary service award, and therefore it's the market model that is creating the in this case a charging schedule in order to preserve an ancillary service award. Wouldn't it be more consistent to treat, if you're talking about consistency, wouldn't it be more consistent to reduce the ancillary service award in case of a derate, and then the BCR issue would not arise? But is there some compelling reason for ISO to do it differently for NGR, and then to say that there shouldn't be BCR for that case?
Yeah, I think when we're looking at this challenge, we're not at this point kind of limiting the solution to just don't get BCR in this circumstance. I think the other alternatives that result in this issue not showing up in BCR, whether it is by reassessing that AS or not, it's still well within something we can discuss and we welcome comments on. What we do want to note is this is, when we're thinking and when we're seeing all of the drivers of BCR, and we see circumstances like this too, it definitely opens that possibility of strategic behavior, right? If we can address this, or we can eliminate that incentive via the BCR or another policy modification, that is a welcome option. Yeah.
Yeah. Perhaps it's as simple as I was just thinking about is that maybe what's happening is you put in a derate on the 100 megawatt battery to 80, but you don't derate the ancillary service. So if I believe you're free in the OMS system to derate the ancillary service capability as well, and maybe that is in fact the resolution of it. That doesn't happen with thermal resources because it's automatically assumed that if you derate the energy capacity, you've also derated the ancillary service capacity. But with a storage resource, you actually can provide the ancillary services. So maybe it's just a matter of correctly putting in the derated ancillary service, and there'd be no concern with that from the CAISO's perspective, would there?
Yeah, and I think this actually relates a lot to some of the modifications we've heard folks are interested on the OMS side too, because my understanding is that it may be also either, my understanding is that you can't very flexibly derate the AS part. It's kind of an all or nothing inclusion in that OMS card. So that's something that we can also internally consider in those discussions as to see how what we're already assessing and thinking of in OMS, how that would interplay with the ease of access and communication on matters like this, Alvin.
That's great. Maybe Bob could weigh in on whether it is possible to derate the ancillary service quantity. I thought it was possible to derate the quantity in the OMS, not just an all or nothing, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Bob, I don't mean to put you in the spot, but if you have any thoughts, let us know. Yeah.
Bob's still muted. Well, maybe you can answer the question later,
yeah.
but I think if it is possible to do that, just essentially say, I derated on the discharge side, therefore I'm derating my upward services, and as long as that's considered legitimate, then that would resolve that issue, I think. It's just a question of whether you're sort of defaulting to having the full award still being you're still being liable for the full award, because in theory, if you go to a charging schedule, you can provide the entire upward capability, but really that's not the intent of the schedule. Thanks, Sergio. I appreciate your discussion.
Yes, and I'll hunt down that answer for you too. We've also been, as Yelena said, today has been a challenging VM day. And
right.
I think all of us are getting disconnected intermittently, but I will hunt that down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie?
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley for the Western Power Trading Forum. I'm just starting to follow this initiative, so I apologize if this is a basic question. But your lead into this was you were going over BCR issues that were material to the health of the market. And so I expected to hear concerns about how storage resources were being optimized and kind of a more reliability point. But as you were going through it, just generally, it sounded like you were more concerned about gaming and the cost implications. And I'm wondering if, as you were going through those, there are many different drivers, whether you can identify whether the crux of this issue really is more reliability, as in you think the BCR rules are causing inefficient dispatch of storage, or whether it's you are concerned about that $18 million.
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. I would say that this creates both challenges. Well, first, it creates a reliability challenge in the sense that if resources do not have an incentive to behave in a manner, to bid and participate in a manner that is consistent with what the ISO expected, it definitely creates challenges, particularly if they do not face any costs for doing so. So there's been a significant discussion, and I'll go back to that slide. Yes, there's been a significant discussion since the prior MSC opinion and the prior efforts papers showing the issue of BCR as not only one that obviously creates significant costs that do not seem aligned with the goal of BCR and how it would relate to storage, but they've also shown that these resources basically have the ability to participate in a way that makes them able to ignore or not meet prior commitments and still be at least equally off as they were before that. So I would say both are part of the challenges we're trying to address here. It has reliability implications, but it also has financial impact on the market that does not seem aligned with the goal of BCR. And that's also why we want to kind of rethink Uplift since just the current VCR that it was extended to NGRs is not really reasonable. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that explanation. I guess what's confusing to me is that $18 million in the context of a $22 billion market isn't a significant cost. I mean, we've done work on BCR for the last decade, and 20 million just isn't. I guess I'm just missing where these costs are material are coming from. So maybe I'll just quibble with you there a little bit about that characterization. Again, unless I'm missing some dollar amount. But I hear you on the reliability. I'm still trying to gel that though with the MPPF presentation where they just walked through kind of the efficiency of storage. Just hard because on one hand, it seems like the CAISO is touting how storage is being effectively used for reliability. And then I come here and you're saying kind of that we have this inefficient design for BCR. So I think that's where my confusion stems from. But I'll go back through this again and try and understand. And maybe I could reach out to you just to understand where the inefficiencies are, if that would be okay.
Yes, of course. And, I think both the fact that storage is greatly helping out and, showing up and that the constructs we have are perfectible can coexist, right? It is definitely has become a key resource for reliability and, lighting up the summers, et cetera. I think we are well aware of that ability of storage resources. But that being said, the amount of money, whether it's large or not, I think is not as important as the incentives from our perspective at this point. It's not as important as the incentive for behavior that runs afoul the intent of BCR, right? The intent of BCR is to make sure that resources, sorry, my connection, okay. To make sure that resources, as it says here, are able to recover these costs if the total market revenues do not cover the sum of those costs. Well, the problem with storage too is they don't have those costs, and yet they are able to recover a lot. Why is that? It's really because the system that we have today is making them whole, not for this cost, but for other things, for negative revenues that they can participate in a way so that those negative revenues materialize, right? So I definitely welcome, we can connect offline to discuss further too. But yeah, go ahead, Carrie. Yeah.
Yeah, the way I think about BCR is that it's a signal, and the larger the BCR, often that's pointing to where you don't have those efficient bidding incentives. So I totally agree with you there that that's, a good, reasonable way to look at BCR. I guess my point is just that if you tell me it's just only $18 million, out of hundreds of million, I mean, we've seen BCR just go wild before, right? But to me, there's so many other drivers that you pointed to besides behavior and inefficient bidding for this BCR. It's just hard for me to understand where that inefficient bidding is leading to, such high costs that you would say there's a material impact to the health of the market. To me, that just seems like an exaggeration because we don't have big enough dollars to prove that. But I really appreciate you being willing to walk me through it. And as the market grows, maybe it's a future issue that you're concerned about rather than past poor performance.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Carrie. And we definitely welcome, in your comments or in future conversations, any additions to this inventory of drivers, right? What we've heard from stakeholders several times is like, we really need to have a catalog of circumstances under where BCR is paid now. And that way we can kind of discuss, okay, warranted, unwarranted, reasonable, but let's change how it's paid so that we can rethink uplift for storage. So we definitely welcome any additions to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's do Don and then John.
Hi, Don Trethewey from CISA. Can we go back to the slide with the 17.9 million? Because Sergio, I think with the changes that we haven't implemented in the software yet, but where storage resources could actually earn a higher profit by not delivering their day-ahead schedules, that was addressed by the changes in the BCR settlement rules. So we're not dealing with a $17.9 million problem. We could be talking about a $1 million problem. Is that correct?
I will push back a little bit on that. I think the changes that we discussed and got approved last year and that we will implement later this year, those changes really get to the issue of bidding in a way that inflates the BCR payment. Basically, they get to the bid component of BCR, but we have not gone to the revenue component of the BCR piece. So while I expect that this amount would decrease, at least on a per installed megawatt basis, given the changes that we worked on last year, it is possible that that difference is not a 90% difference as you're suggesting possibly, Don, because we haven't gone into the negative revenue part of the equation, and I believe DMM will speak on this later in their presentation. So maybe that's a good conversation to also have with them. Yeah.
And so I would also note that storage resources, with the settlement change that was made, they are incentivized to bid in a way so that they can capture higher profits than they would in the current hour if they can capture higher profits in future hours. The issue is, in terms of not being exposed to the real-time prices, if they get it wrong, there's sort of no harm, no foul. And I think you would want to the extent that the state of charge was the result of SC behavior that resulted in a forced buyback or sellback, that those instances you wouldn't want it to be eligible for BCR. But if that SOC is caused by a market modeling limitation or the multi-interval optimization, then that's not something the scheduling coordinator caused. That's actually something caused by the current CAISO rules. And so you can either change the CAISO rules or pay BCR. I think the default to zero SOC when a resource comes off an outage in day ahead and it's causing a problem, that's a CAISO rule that's causing that problem, not stakeholder behavior. And then to the extent that there are gaming opportunities in BCR, that is one of the, BCR can be complex and people can, I've always viewed BCR gaming as people back into it. They don't intentionally go find ways to game it. They get a result that is beneficial to them and then find a way to exploit it. So to the extent that there are gaming issues, and a couple of those you've addressed in these examples, then of course we'd want to tighten those BCR rules up. But I think we really need to understand what's driving the SOC to result in when is it appropriate to pay some sort of uplift, and when is it appropriate that all that risk is borne by the scheduling coordinator. Thanks.
Thanks, Don. Yeah, I think that's definitely in line with what the effort of having this kind of driver inventory is trying to follow, right? That we can have a conversation on which of these drivers are warranted, which aren't, which can we solve from just looking at the BCR or uplift rules, which can we solve from looking at other alternatives. And, in the prior effort, we heard several times, we need a holistic discussion of it. And that's really what we're trying to invite folks to. So I really appreciate the perspective. Thank you, Don. Let's go with John. And I think there were other hands, but then they disappeared. So if you want to comment after John, just raise your hand. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sweet. I got myself unmuted. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to comment really quick about the ancillary services piece.
So, sorry, John. Could you, for the benefit of everyone, just name your organization, please? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. John Kitchen with Portland General Electric. So I just wanted to comment really quick on the AS piece. It was somebody commented earlier that that CAISO might not care if we derated the spinning reserve or the AS piece of it. For that might be true for entities within CAISO's BA, but that's not true for WEIM entities. So like myself representing Portland, we are our own BA. So we expect when we set aside the spinning reserves, those are the reserves that we're required to withhold to meet our power pool requirements and stuff. So we don't necessarily always have room to allow for the market to cut into what we reserved on our ancillary services as a BA, right? So I'm not saying that like CAISO's BA, like you guys may choose to do something different, but also just need to keep that in mind for WEIM entities.
Thank you, John. And I mean, in general, I just think we're of the opinion that it's better to have consistency. So we'll take that into account when thinking about solutions for the ISO's territory and other territories. So we try to have a consistent game plan there. Kathleen?
Yeah, understand.
No, sorry, go ahead.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Great, thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. So I appreciate the presentation, Sergio. At the risk of sounding like a process hall monitor, I have a couple questions. So this slide that you're on, I think I had a big picture question, but or comment, but I'll start with this one because I think this is more the process. I'm a little bit discouraged about the conversation. I mean, I am discouraged around this conversation, reflecting on specifically on this slide, the one you're showing BCR for real-time derated storage resources providing ancillary services. And the reason that I'm feeling discouraged is that, we were invited as stakeholders to present our scope items of things that needed to be evaluated and discussed in this effort back in December. And then in January, I followed up and represented on the ones that we had put forward just because I had to sprint through them on the December 11th meeting. So I know I did it December 11th and January 23rd. And within our scopes that we've requested, we've raised this concern. We've raised a concern that, I've been raising for years now, 4 or 5, at least three years. And because it hit me, the model, like the market issues around ancillary storage that have a day-ahead ancillary service award that then experience a derate or a re-rate after that effect. I know vividly it hit me how bad this is within our market, or how much our market needs to be evaluated. We need to talk about this problem. I remember vividly from the September 2022 time period, so I know it's been 3 years. And, I went through the effort of putting together this problem statement back in December and January about how the market is sending energy awards in the instance that certain circumstances occur. And I've been raising and explaining, I hope persuasively to you, how concerning this is as a market participant. I hope that I was persuasive and educational back in December and January when I was trying to also educate the broader community who hasn't maybe seen that, about how that completely changes your risk exposure participating in AS. And so, I approach this conversation really from I'm very concerned with this being a market flaw, which is why I've been advocating on it for so long. And I appreciate you reflecting it back in this way. I also hope this means that scope item I've been asking for is actually going to get its time. But that's how I thought we were going to talk about it. Is I've presented as a stakeholder, scheduling coordinator, concerned with our market. You're mirroring back to me that the CAISO has identified PCR, issue that you believe there's with it. So what I hear is that you're giving support to the fact that my scope item I've been asking for us to discuss is actually going to be prioritized. So instead of being discouraged, I'm talking myself through existentially to find a place of positivity. But this means that next meeting, we're going to talk about it in a more productive way of here's the market challenge we're having. Here's a potential, adverse impact that the CAISO is seeing. And now we're on the same page to come up with a solution and move into a solution set.
First of all, I'm glad that through that comment, you maybe thought of it a little bit in a different light too, Kathleen, because my intent was not to negate what you've presented. It was just to also incorporate it, not only viewing it also from the VCR perspective. Like we're aware of the issue, but I wanted to include it here as, this is also a driver of VCR too. There are different issues. For example, we could go to the initial SOC, this slide that talks about the day-ahead initial state of charge. And we could think about this issue as not a VCR issue, but what is the default value for day-ahead ISOC that we should use? We could also address that from that angle. So I had included it here as, it also falls under the drivers we're seeing, not to negate that it's been discussed in from another angle, no? But yes, we can definitely, expand on it, and it's something that we have thought that, that is within the discussions we'll have in this initiative, yeah.
No, I appreciate that. And moving to this slide gives me the opportunity to remind also that on December 11th, we presented on VCR and the framework that we were hoping to discuss. And I specifically, one of the big pitches about why I think it's important to talk about, and not just challenges, but how we could be better, how we could improve. Maybe I'm just trying to be cup half full, but that's how I have thought of this VCR conversation is, can we improve our market framework to include an uplift payment for storage that's best in class, that's even better. And one of the things that I presented on back in December was that there is a way to structure a framework and potentially add additional market functionality, whether it's around this biddable SOC or SOC constraints that would help us to manage concerns around a deviation from an initial SOC. And so we talked about that back in December about how there could be pathways to improve that design such that we can address some of these things. And I do think that in order to incorporate functionality that can address this initial SOC, because it is a unique bid parameter, we may need to be thinking about different constructs. And I respect your view. What I hear you saying is that you're trying to lay out here are some challenges and issues before moving to that solution space. And perhaps I'm just lagged because we already had the emergency VCR enhancements effort. And so when we moved into this space, I sort of thought we were going to hit the ground running a little bit. And hence my proposal back in December was more like forward.
I want to, if I can comment on that, from my perspective, the conversation we had in the last process of VCR was we need more time to actually dissect everything behind VCR, dissect every driver, dissect whether it is VCR that is the challenge, whether there's other parts in the modeling. So, I think this part of thinking around an issue inventory of the drivers of VCR, I don't see it as not hitting the ground running. I see it as obeying kind of the request we've heard of having a holistic conversation on uplift. We think these are some of the issues that are the drivers. Are there others? Which ones do all of you all see as warranted or not? Like, we need these conversations before just putting forward a solution. So I see it a little bit as this is part of the process, but I hear you on making sure that we have top of mind proposals that have been made already, and make sure that when we think of this, we are considering their ability to address it or how they might adapt and discuss them further. Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate that. And, just optically, I wish you had invited stakeholders to have a chance time today on their views of Uplift if there had been greater work. Just optically, this looks a bit like you've only invited DMM and you're having one specific, and thankfully NextEra
the notice to this meeting said that any stakeholder interested in presenting could present. And they could reach out. And that was noticed.
My understanding of the content of this meeting until late last week was it was going to be a hybrid and co-located focused. And yes, if I'm the only one who had that misunderstanding, I apologize for that, Sergio. But like I said, some of us have presented proposals in the past, and it would have been polite and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so maybe we can go to our stakeholder presentations. I'm sorry we ate a little bit of that time. If possible, let's plan to do the stakeholder presentations until around 12:15, maybe, so that people have a little bit of time for questions if necessary. Thank you.
Nicole and Adam, you are both panelists, and the floor is yours. And Nicole, I see you're unmuted on WebEx. You may be muted. Oh, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah,
Thanks.
sorry. So double mute. But hi, I'm Nicole Selling, and I'm with the Department of Market Monitoring, and I'll be discussing DMM's recommendation regarding storage bid cost recovery issues. Quick apologies for my voice. I'm recovering from a cold, but let's go ahead and get started. So if we could go to the next slide. So to start off, I'd like to reiterate DMM's recommendation that the ISO address storage BCR issues as a top priority in this initiative. The current BCR rules were designed for traditional generators, and therefore they don't properly account for attributes that are specific to batteries, particularly battery-specific constraints like these state of charge constraints. Not properly accounting for these constraints can lead to unwarranted BCR payments, and it can also distort bidding incentives for battery resources. This is because under the current framework, the rules remove the exposure to real-time prices for storage resources in hours when they have to buy back infeasible day-ahead schedules. This incentivizes battery operators to submit real-time bids that are inconsistent with their real-time opportunity costs during hours in which they have a day-ahead schedule. In addition, battery operators are not properly incentivized to provide accurate estimation of their day-ahead initial state of charge because there isn't sufficient economic pressure to have day-ahead schedules that are likely to be deliverable in the real time. We go to the next slide. So what we really want to point out here in this presentation is that the current framework causes inefficient bidding incentives for batteries. And a primary purpose of bid cost recovery is to incentivize efficient bidding. So for traditional generators, this meant allowing them to recover their commitment costs. Not only do batteries not have these same type of commitment costs, but the current BCR rules actually distort the bidding incentives for batteries rather than improving them. It's also worth noting that when we're thinking about BCR and traditional resources do not receive bid cost recovery due to outages or other operator-imposed limitations. But because of the unique battery operating constraints, we see storage resources frequently receiving BCR when they are essentially on outage, in particular in instances where their state of charge constraint is binding. So we go to the next slide. Talking about the primary drivers of battery BCR. So in the day-ahead market, BCR for batteries is primarily due to unintended interactions between submitted storage resource parameters and features of the day-ahead optimization. I think Sergio's slides did a good job of summarizing the types of issues that we see are currently leading to day-ahead BCR. In the real-time BCR for batteries is almost exclusively due to battery resource constraints that are not currently considered in BCR rules. The ISO did address the ancillary service state of charge constraints back in 2022. And while this did solve some of the storage BCR issues, the overwhelming majority of the remaining storage BCR payments are associated with the state of charge constraint. And so if we go to the next slide. So here we're looking at, this figure shows the total real-time BCR for batteries by month from January 2024 to May 2025. The gold bar is BCR due to insufficient state of charge to meet day-ahead schedules, while the gray is all other instances of a battery receiving real-time BCR. So it is clear from this figure that the majority of real-time BCR is driven by the state of charge constraint leading to buyback or sellback of day-ahead schedules. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so the current BCR framework allows storage resources to receive BCR for buying back or selling back their day-ahead schedules due to state of charge limitations. This causes efficiency, reliability, and gaming concerns. The efficiency concerns result from the distorted bidding incentives. So as we've mentioned, under the current BCR framework, storage resources are not exposed to real-time prices during hours when they have a day-ahead schedule. This will distort the perceived real-time opportunity cost of not delivering those day-ahead schedules, and this results in inefficient bids, which leads to inefficient market outcomes. These inefficient market outcomes can cause reliability concerns. There is a reduced likelihood that the battery state of charge will align with real-time needs, and it's less likely that the day-ahead schedules will be deliverable in the real time. Lastly, this type of BCR could be very easily gamed. However, this concern was largely addressed by the ISO's battery BCR changes that were approved in the fall of 2024. This policy change, once implemented, will cap battery bids at high or low values depending on whether it's an incremental or decremental real-time energy, only when calculating the BCR payments. So if we go to the next slide. When we're talking about battery BCR for buying back or selling back day-ahead schedules due to SOC limitations, this is a result of two sources: revenue losses and bid cost losses. So revenue losses occur when the incremental real-time revenue is insufficient to cover the real-time cost of reversing an infeasible day-ahead schedule. This is driven by the market price, so it's not impacted by the ISO's policy change that only addresses the bids of batteries when calculating BCR payments. Bid cost losses occur when the incremental bid cost associated with real-time dispatch is greater than the avoided bid cost from reversing a feasible day-ahead schedule. This bid cost component is determined by the bid price, and this will be impacted by the ISO's policy change. We can go to the next slide. This figure breaks down the BCR payments to batteries for buying back their day-ahead schedule by BCR component. Our resources receive BCR when the aggregate value of the BCR components is negative. This negative value is the shortfall for that resource in that day's real-time market and is the amount paid to that resource to be made whole. There are a number of BCR components that are used to calculate BCR payment. Here we've separated them into the real-time bid cost in green, the real-time revenue in blue, and all other components are included in that category, that other category in gray. The bid cost component, as I mentioned, is determined by the energy bid price. So this will be addressed by the ISO's BCR policy that caps battery bids when calculating BCR payments. The revenue component is determined by the market price and therefore will not be changed by the ISO's policy change that will be implemented later this year. So you can see here the primary driver for the BCR payments for batteries buying back their day-ahead schedules result from revenue losses, or in other words, the resources bought back their day-ahead schedule at a value that was higher than their avoided cost of delivering that day-ahead schedule. And again, because the revenue component is driven by the market prices, this component will not be changed once that policy change is implemented. We can go to the next slide. So the point that we really want to make clear is that batteries will continue to receive BCR for revenue losses, which will continue to distort bidding incentives. As the previous slide showed, the largest driver of these BCR payments to batteries when they have to buy back infeasible day-ahead schedules due to the SOC constraint is due to the revenue component of BCR. Because the ISO's current solution only addresses bid costs, the net revenue losses will remain unchanged. As BCR payments remove the battery operator's exposure to real-time prices and hours when the resource has a day-ahead schedule. And as we said, this distorts the battery bidding incentives and leads to inefficient scheduling of battery resources in the real time. And to the last slide. So just to summarize DMM's recommendations regarding storage BCR, DMM recommends the ISO consider eliminating day-ahead BCR for storage resources. DMM has yet to identify instances where day-ahead BCR is appropriate. We recommend stakeholders discuss and provide scenarios in which batteries should receive day-ahead BCR. DMM also recommends the ISO consider eliminating real-time BCR for battery storage resources. Our recommendation is to redesign BCR rules to assume no eligibility for batteries to receive BCR and to then instead carve out specific situations where BCR is warranted. The main focus here is really to eliminate the default real-time BCR for buying back day-ahead schedules. Doing so would create more economic pressure to have day-ahead schedules that are likely to be deliverable in the real time. And this would provide a greater incentive for battery operators to more accurately estimate the day-ahead bidding parameters and also to submit real-time bids that reflect intraday opportunity costs that reflect the real-time prices and conditions. We believe a framework like this would also result in batteries being treated more similarly to other resources who do not receive BCR for outages. DMM continues to recommend the ISO focus particularly on ensuring that batteries do not receive default BCR from buying back their day-ahead schedules due to SOC limitations. Not only would this allow for more uniform treatment of resources with operator-imposed limitations, but would also address the current bidding inefficiencies resulting from most of the storage BCR payments. And that's all I have prepared, and I'm happy to answer any questions there might be.
Okay. Thanks, Nicole. We have a couple of hands up. Michael is first. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Michael Volpe with CES. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Yes, you can.
Great. Could you go back to slide 5? Yeah, I was just wondering if the takeaway is from your later slides that these numbers in 2025 won't change very much once the CAISO's fix from last year is put into place?
Yep, correct. These two figures, this figure and the one a couple of slides later taken together, show that the biggest driver of these BCR payments results from the revenue component, which will remain unchanged. So there might be a slight change after this is implemented, but as you can see in the other figure, the portion of BCR payments due to the energy bid cost component is much smaller than the revenue component.
Great, thank you. And I was just wondering if you thought that, you know, if any of the CAISO's current proposals are addressing, in particular, the revenue side, as you described.
No, I think my understanding of the ISO's policy change in 2024 was really to address the gaming concerns that could happen with submitting really high or really low bids. And so that would be addressing solely the energy bid cost component.
Great, thank you.
And I just want to make sure that actually, now that I said that, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. The resources can still submit really high energy bids. It's just that when they're being calculated for BCR purposes, that's the only step in which those bids would be capped. So resources could still submit high or low bids, but they won't be using those bids when calculating BCR payments. I just want to make sure that I clearly explain that point.
Thank you. And thank you, Michael, for your question. Our next hand is from Alva, and then we'll go to Donald after that.
Hi, Nicole, thank you for this presentation. I just wanted to, as a thought experiment and just to see whether DMM would agree that if you really had no idea what your exposure was for buyback of a discharge award, and you assume that it's unbounded, then one approach to dealing with that would simply be to bid 1,000 in all hours where you don't have a schedule currently in real time, and that would be a legitimate way to deal with that risk.
So I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, I know there's been discussions about, well, why don't you just self-schedule your day-ahead schedule type of argument. But, you know, we do want bids in there that can change if real-time system conditions are, you know, different enough that we want batteries to operate differently in the real time than the day ahead. So I think that while we want
that, but
yeah.
You want that, but on the other hand, if I'm just saying, if from the perspective of a battery, I'm looking at my day-ahead awards, I'm not going to receive any BCR for buyback. If I consider the risk there to be completely unhedged, would it be a legitimate response to? Yeah, I understand that you might not like $1,000 bids in all the other hours, but that would still be a legitimate response from a market participant to that risk, right? I mean, I'm just asking whether there's something illegitimate about responding that way to that. So what the risk you now believe they should be exposed to?
Yeah, I'm a little hesitant to answer that without thinking through it like a little bit more rather than like on off the top of my head. But in terms of from the perspective of a battery operator, I see your point in wanting to make sure that whatever solution we have doesn't incentivize them to behave that way.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Aldo, for your question. Let's go to Don next.
This is Don Trethewey from CSUP. My question is actually very similar to Alva's, is that, you know, if a storage resource was bidding very high because they were trying to protect their day-ahead schedules, and they cleared, you know, let's say they were bidding $500, and they clear earlier in the day, and the fact that they cleared actually meant that CAISO didn't need to accept like an $800 bid. Well, if the uplift that they then had to pay when they couldn't meet their day-ahead schedule only cost $100, I would think that would actually be, load would actually be better off. And I think we would argue, when we all argue that was actually, it was okay to pay the BCR because net we were overall better when we look at it across the entire day.
I do just want to make the point that our recommendation isn't necessarily that there's no circumstance in which real-time BCR is unwarranted. I think we just hope that in this initiative, we can talk through the scenarios in which real-time BCR would be warranted and carve those out specifically rather than just assuming in all cases that it is warranted for these reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I'll comment on that. I think the premise we're taking from it is not that you just eliminate BCR and then figure out where you need to add it back. You know, we agree there's no commitment cost, there's no startup, min load cost, any of that, but there is energy. And energy is an important element, especially in the real-time market, that all resources get bid cost recovery for, because from a reliability standpoint, it's the fact that you're willing to pay BCR ensures and incentivizes everybody to follow the dispatch. Because to the extent that CAISO got it wrong, either they messed up the MIO forecast in the advisory intervals or something else happened, that at least you're not going to lose money across the day if you follow the dispatch instructions. So I think that's the premise that I'm coming from on it, is we want to always incentivize the following of the dispatch instruction received from the CAISO, and to the extent that there's make-whole payments needed to ensure that that always happens. Let's make sure that we've designed it to do that.
I take your point. I think our point here is that the current structure of the BCR payments is resulting in inefficient bidding, which is changing what is available to the ISO to dispatch. And I think that is what we hope can be solved in this initiative. Again, not saying there shouldn't be any instances of BCR, but trying to address the battery BCR payments that are leading to these distorted bidding incentives.
I have a follow-up question on that. Don't you think that the changes that were implemented does actually now improve the bidding incentives to bid to, because if you can earn a higher profit in the day than you can in the current hour, that you should hold your state of and bid appropriately to hold your state of charge to garner higher profits. Because under the previous approach, I agree you wouldn't want to do that because you were always you're either going to be made whole or better off if you were wrong. At least now you can never be better off. So I would think that the incentives have gotten a little better.
I think that the main issue is that still storage resources are not exposed to real-time prices when they have to buy back their day-ahead schedule. And so inefficient bidding incentives that result from that component specifically have not been addressed by the ISO's change.
Yeah, fair point. And that's what I think I think that's the key that we need to understand then, is that if the reason why the buyback occurred is because of the SC actions and that they didn't reflect everything in their bids appropriately, then they bear that risk and they bear the lack of VCR. But there's other instances where they're following a dispatch instruction consistent with those bids and things change and they don't realize what was going to happen because of CAISO action.
Yeah, I agree with that point, and I'll just say, to reiterate again, we are not saying that there shouldn't be any instances where they don't receive real-time VCR. I think those should just be carved out specifically, and it's important to consider the trade-offs, like you're saying, of, sorry, let me get some water in my scratchy throat. What you're saying about whether or not the outcome was driven by their bidding behavior or by something in the market. There's trade-offs there, and we understand that, but currently by just having the default be that they're getting VCR whenever they have an insufficient SOC to meet a day-ahead schedule, regardless of why that is resulting in the inefficient bidding incentives, which we really think is a big problem here.
Yeah, and
we do have one more hand, and we have 2 more presentations before lunch. So I think, John, do you have any final points?
No, I'm good.
Okay, and that could be submitted in the comments as well. We'll have a separate section for each of the presentations as well that can be summarized there. Okay, let's go to Rahul.
Hi, this is Rahul with AES. Quick sound check. You can hear me?
Yes.
You're a little quiet on my end. I apologize.
Sure. Now, let me know. Is this better?
Yep, that's better.
Okay. I'll keep it short. Does DMM already have a perspective on what is the risk storage should take on when they bid in real time? And where I'm coming from is, this is going back to what Alva asked. If there are risks associated with not able to meet day ahead, then SCs could take a position that it's not worth deviating from day ahead. Instead of using self-schedule, you can always reflect that in offers. So is there a sweet spot that DMM already believes that's the behavior to see, or that's something you want to iterate through the stakeholder discussion?
Yeah, I think that's something that I would want to discuss more about with my team before getting into here, but I'll take that back and we'll think more about that. I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you, Nicole, for your presentation. Thank you for all the questions. We're going to move to the Terra-Gen presentation with Chris Devon.
Hey there, thanks. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Well, let me just start off by saying that was a good discussion. And now I'm going to switch gears here a little bit to hybrids. So before I do that, I'll just say this. I think that whole BCR discussion should have another workshop, probably like a whole half day at least dedicated to talking about that. So just my stakeholder input on that piece of it. That was a lot of interesting points in discussion. I tend to agree with some of those points that Don Trepa was making. Anyway, so let's get into this hybrid resource presentation. Thanks to CAISO for the opportunity. I think just as a little bit of background, we have presented on this before back in February and previously talked about it in other workshops back last year, trying to get this scoped into the initiative. So I think we want to help CAISO try to develop some problem statements to build out the discussion paper and you know, kind of do some issue paper level input here, hoping to get some of these problems scoped into the proposals in the future. So that's the intent. I'm going to try to go through this quickly because I know we have limited time here before lunch. I've already presented on a lot of this, so kind of re-emphasizing some of these things and just trying to put some problem statements in here. So let's go to the next slide. Oh, next slide. So we're going to talk a little bit about guidance on application of hybrid resource dynamic limits. So we talked about dynamic limits previously. Just real quickly, the background is in the day-ahead timeframe, the CAISO market participants that operate hybrid resources use bids to indicate their availability, and hybrid resources are dispatched like a traditional resource, dispatchable resource. So in the real time, their variability can come in differently than what happens in the day ahead. And between the wind or solar output and the battery charging and SOC decisions, the market may need to update their availability to upper economic or lower economic limits to ensure feasible dispatch. So they do that through the use of a dynamic limits submission to the CAISO. So we have some other good information about how that works in our prior presentation from February. So if you need the background, go back and take a look at that. I'm just going to assume everybody knows how it works. So what we're asking for is some additional clarity around the use of dynamic limits and essentially trying to ensure that it can be used to manage on-site charging, but also just manage the state of charge of the battery component specifically, which seems to have come into somewhat of question since the CAISO has presented on this. So the problem statement we're suggesting is lack of clarity and consistency in the permitted applications of dynamic limits for hybrid resources creates ambiguity and the potential for misinterpretation. We go through a few things here on the slides about the BPM that looks at, you know, the potential scenarios for why, how an SC should submit a hybrid resource dynamic limit. Those include ambient unavailability, lack of renewable energy fuel, the state of charge, or I should say the depletion of the state of charge, and on-site charging decisions. So it's not totally clear that SOC management itself can be included here. So we'd like to see that clarified and have some discussions around why you might want to do that. Okay, go on to the next slide for me. So basically what's happened is that the term SOC management has been removed from the BPMs. It previously was in there and then it was taken out. This is before my time at Terragen. I probably would have specifically argued against that had I been working on this stuff for Terragen at the time. But basically the language in the BPM tends to contradict what the proposal had included, and the BPM being changed doesn't necessarily explicitly allow for SOC management to be an appropriate usage of dynamic limits. So this could cause some, you know, concerns about compliance, and then also some, potentially the monitoring of the use of dynamic limits as well, as to if this is the correct use or not. Okay, go to the next slide for me. So adding to this, another problem statement potentially we could look at here is that storage bidding rule changes and the evolving understanding of hybrid resource operations necessitates a clarification on the appropriate use case for dynamic limits. This one might be a little bit more appropriate here for the ask I think that Terragen is putting forth here. But basically, you know, we've looked at this in the past, and we think that because of the fact that this is really a dispatchable resource essentially in the CAISO, and the CAISO does not manage the SOC of the battery component. This needs to be clearly allowed within the CAISO's provisions and BPM, and it seems that the tariff leans towards that, but the BPM seems to kind of lean away from that, and so we'd like this to maybe be discussed a little bit further and explain why things that can happen between the day ahead and real time if you have potential changes in pricing outcomes and solar availability, and you have a grid charging restriction on these units. There's a lot of reasons why you'd want to potentially step in and essentially manage the SOC like what the CAISO market does on a traditional storage unit. So you're looking at a storage battery with the SOC constraints within the CAISO market. It actually says, oh, the prices are higher in the real time, and we have other awards later on we need to protect, so we're going to hold that resource back from being depleted too soon. You get into the difference between that and a hybrid resource, and the use of a dynamic limit could potentially be needed to actually kind of step in and take that action as well. And I think the market not being able to use those SOC constraints on these type of units is a really important reason why we would want to have that be very clear to avoid any misinterpretation or any concern about withholding or other manipulation of those sort of things. So that's where we're coming from on trying to ask for this kind of clarification. Let's see, go to the next slide. I think that's the last one I have on this item. Yeah, so we're basically stating here, that this really should be looked at. I mean, the CAISO's pointing out in their discussion paper that the use of dynamic limits must be in good faith, and any withholding can be subject to FERC referral. I think we are, very understanding of this concern, and it underscores the need to really get this very clear within the tariff and BPMs. And I think, our understanding and how we operate our hybrid resources, we always do so in compliance with all the rules and try to avoid anything that could be viewed as manipulative or gaming, and we're always trying to be very conservative. But there are times when we really should be able to step in and kind of correct the outcomes that are happening within the real time. And I think the last point I'll make on this is if you think of hybrids as being operated by the SC rather than the market directly, I think the benefit of the hybrid resources is a safety valve. If the prices are really depleting all the rest of the storage units, this can be a bit of a reliability savior if you allow us to kind of hold ourselves back for a later period and then allow the market pricing to discipline that. The intent is not to withhold capacity. The intent is to try to manage the SOC. So I think there needs to be some more discussion around that. And our recommendation is that we would clarify that it can be unequivocally used for SOC management. So let me stop there. I see that Alva's hand's up. Let's open his line for some discussion. Thanks.
Chris, this is Alva from PG&E. This is really good. I would like to know whether Terragen believes there's a relatively straightforward way to audit a hybrid's use of the dynamic limit tool. That essentially, and not to say this could actually happen or not, but would it be possible to essentially provide or to calculate something like a spreadsheet the day after that would show that the use was legitimate in your eyes, based on the SCADA data that you had for the variable energy resource and the battery state of charge?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not going to be 100% cut and dry, but I mean, we have the SOC telemetry on the battery, so you can see what's happening on the battery. You have the HSL or the solar output forecast and the actual telemetry on what the solar component's doing or the wind component's doing. And then you could look and see if the total output to the grid, what the awards are, what the dynamic limits were previously in prior periods, and then what we had to change them to maybe reduce
Right.
the total amount in certain periods to hold it back for later, or vice versa, discharge to make more room potentially to charge up
Yeah.
again or something like that. There could be different scenarios, but yeah, I think there's enough already required by the CAISO to monitor these things. I just think that the fact is that there's not a lot of hybrids compared to the overall storage fleet. But I mean, we have nearly 1,000 megawatts or more of batteries in the hybrid configuration. So I think
Yeah. Well,
about
clearly
900
there's more
megawatts, I
coming
think.
too. So.
Certainly. So there's a reason why we'd want to keep this and do this and, keep this opportunity, in place to actually monitor it correctly and have a good, process in place to make sure that people are doing the right thing. I would agree. I think it's possible.
Thanks.
Yeah, good question. Okay, Rahul.
Hi, Chris, just a quick sound check. Can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha.
Yeah, I think more question, not question for you, but maybe for CAISO. Is there a concern from CAISO's perspective on using dynamic limits for SOC management? This is Rahul from AES. We own and operate hybrid resources. So I want to go back and talk to my team if there is concern. And my perspective from a policy point of view is hybrid resource is exactly opposite from a LESR model. LESR, CAISO manages the SOC. Hybrid, the owner operator is expected to manage the SOC. So in absence of a dynamic limit tool, I just don't see what else an hybrid resource could do to manage SOC. So a question for you, Chris, and maybe even for CAISO. Is the intent of this presentation to raise concern, or this is just to start the discussion of continuing to use dynamic limits for SOC management? Hopefully I'm clear.
Yeah, it's clear. I'll try to answer first, and then we'll see if CAISO wants to weigh in here or not, but or DMM for that matter. But I would say this. I think when we were working on the original hybrid resource paper proposals, this was clearly within the scope of it. SOC management. It was listed in those papers. It was listed in the board memo. It was clearly an aspect that was needed. It was anticipated that was the right thing to do. When we got into the tariff language development, the tariff didn't really make it very clear. I think there was maybe some, concern around the misuse of it or the potential for gaming and things of that nature, which, understandably so, the CAISO didn't make it very clear. It's a bit ambiguous there, I think, a bit. And then we get into the BPM, and it seemed like it was in there at one point when they first created it. It said SOC management. I don't know the exact PRR change when it was removed, but I could go back and look through that again to find that. But then I think it was explicitly taken out, and now it just says reflecting on-site charging and managing on-site charging, but it doesn't actually say SOC management. So I think there's a bit of a concern that this could be viewed as maybe not allowable or potentially something that is more on the manipulative side of things, which we don't think it is, and that's why we want to have the discussion and kind of explain why our view it isn't, and it should be included more clearly here in the language to avoid any compliance concerns. Thanks. I see Adam's hands up, so maybe, or if CAISO or Adam want to weigh in here, I'd love that. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. It's Adam Swadley from DMM. Hey, I had a question about the second bullet on the slide, and I think it relates to some of the discussion we're just having here. But second bullet saying that you want to clarify the dynamic limits may be used for SOC management to avoid potential for unintended premature depletion. So I guess my question there, when I read that, I envision a scenario maybe sort of like a traditional standalone storage resource that's in, say, hour 16 or 17, where they've charged up and they're preferring to hold that state of charge for the the net load peak hours, the highest priced hours, tightest load conditions of the day. So I read that bullet to be sort of a similar situation, maybe with the additional constraint that these resources can't charge from the grid in the same way that a storage resource could, but that they're still facing that kind of, okay, if I discharge now, I'm giving up the opportunity to discharge at what may be the highest priced hours of the day. However, for standalone storage resources, we don't have anything. We don't have a state of charge management tool through dynamic limits. I think the answer would be you probably want to try to manage that with economic bids. And so I guess I would ask what challenges do you see in doing that for hybrids, and what are the limitations that you see with the current other tools besides dynamic limits in this circumstance that would differentiate it from a standalone storage resource in a similar situation that didn't have an opportunity to recharge?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, Adam. Thanks for the opportunity to kind of explain it and dig in a little bit more here. I know we're taking up a lot of time, so I'm going to try to do this quickly, but essentially imagine a hybrid resource is different in this case, right? So both these, the standalone battery and the hybrid both have the SOC management need. You're correct. They do have that. And, we similarly have the economic bidding behavior that's necessary to manage those. And that's really the tool that the SC has in both cases, essentially. And then the hybrids has the additional dynamic limit concept. Well, the reason why we need that for the hybrids and why it is different is essentially the variability in the fuel source, the grid charging restriction, and the lack of the SOC constraint that's actually being observed by the real-time market. So we have all those three, I think, combination of factors here that are different. So, in both cases, the SC, and we do operate standalone batteries as well. So we definitely understand the, simple operation of the using economic bids and then the market optimizing the use of the SOC of the standalone. And I think, at T plus 75 minutes in advance in the real-time market, that's when we have to submit those bids. A lot can change in that time frame. And when you are using a hybrid resource and it's being treated essentially like a traditional dispatchable resource without that SOC constraint in the market, or constraints, I should say, because there's multiple, especially if you have AS on it as well, that complicates it even further. You have to be very conservative in how you're offering that resource and trying to avoid it being prematurely depleted, especially if you have future awards stemming from the day-ahead market, and then these prices aren't lining up. So we're trying to protect that, that award and SOC to the right timeframes to make sure that all occurs. But we also have to manage the fact that we can't charge from the grid, and that the solar may, come in lower than what it essentially was planned on if a cloud cover comes over. So we've got all of these pieces that are moving at the same time that we're trying to balance. And so that's really why we need to use the dynamic limits to manage the SOC basically between that time frame of the economic bid submission and then the RTD dispatch. Hopefully that helped.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to take up any more time here. I might have some follow-up questions on that at some point, but I think that's good for now. Thanks.
Yeah, and thanks for the question. I think it illustrates the kind of major differences between the hybrids and standalone batteries, and why we need to have this discussion. So appreciate that, Adam. So I'm already into the other folks' time by like a while. So here I'm going to try to move forward on some of these other things. But I think the last thing some of our schedulers mentioned to me on this question is that we might not be able to meet those day-ahead energy awards or AS commitments. And so, when the real-time prices come in differently from what's expected, I think we really try to avoid depleting those batteries, and that's really the gist of that item. So let me move into the next slide, and then I'll try to hit these last couple of topics pretty quickly here. So talking about ancillary services, certification, and provision, keep going on to the next slide for me. High level, we're trying to point out that the absence of clear guidance on how ancillary service certification process for hybrids or the actual participation of hybrids in the AS market can cause some inconsistencies and lack of transparency. This was another item that was a fallout of the initial hybrid resource proposals that was not addressed. There's a simple statement that's included in one of the final proposals that says hybrid resources can provide ancillary services. The guidance in the current tariff Appendix K and the market instruments BPM don't both address the NGR resources. They talk about how NGRs can be certified and provide ancillary services in a lot of detail. But there's no specific guidance in there about hybrid resources, and that needs to be developed. So really, this should be scoped into the initiative as a follow-on from those prior efforts back almost half a decade ago. Okay, go to the next slide for me, please. So the last thing I'll note here on these hybrids is that something we talked a lot about in our last February presentation. We have had a lack of clear guidance in the tariff and how this would work in actual application. So we've had different instances where we at first were using the dynamic limits to try to signal our availability for ancillary services in real time, and when the SOC gets depleted and you can't meet some of those awards, then that was a quicker way to provide that information to the CAISO, but that was not implemented within the CAISO's AGC logic. And I think Alva from PG&E had talked a little bit about that in the prior process when we were talking about this this February, I should say, as to why that might be concerning. So I think what we're trying to point out here is simply that the use of outage management cards or outage management system and outage cards to reflect the availability of hybrids in real time when they're providing ancillary services has some significant time lag risk, and it takes about 30 to 45 minutes for that to flow through to the market processes. So when ancillaries are procured in the FMM 15-minute period, it can take a while before these outages, potential SOC limitations are actually reflected in the market and need to be replaced. So we think there should be some more discussion around this one. And that's a bit more of a reason of why we think the whole AS provision and certification process should be discussed for hybrids more thoroughly. Okay, I'm going to keep going and try to power through the last couple sections here. So go on to the next slide for me. And then one more. So this kind of leads into the outage management system discussion. We did talk a little bit about that related to AS, but there's other reasons why we need to update the outage management system for hybrids that we see and would suggest. Right now, the outage management system does not look at component level information for these hybrids, which can prevent accurate market force forecasting and resource management. So the impact here is really that without knowing if it's a solar inverter outage or a battery rack outage or something like that, we could potentially have some impact from how this flows through to the CAISO process. If the CAISO doesn't do this, potentially could impact how we actually procure the amount of resources in RUC to kind of replace some of these resource needs, and that could potentially cause a problem for our ability as SCs to forecast the outcomes in the market, which causes some problematic outcomes as well. So sorry, go to the next slide for me. I think that's where I got into that info a little bit more. We think this could result in some inefficient and overly conservative bidding behavior when you're not really able to reflect the actual need in the RUC procurement. So that's just one item that we wanted to highlight as to why CAISO should commit to exploring the feasibility of updating OMS to allow for sub-resource ID outages or derates. And then if we can do that in OMS, we think it should then flow through to the forecasting process for the VER component, and then also to the the RUC process as well, and other relevant market processes. So I think that kind of leads into the next thing on the RA side for the outage management system, which is also very important. So let's go on to the next slide. So this one, we're trying to hit on why we think that because of new RA rules and the evolving landscape on RA, including the pursuit of unforced capacity or UCAP counting, we need to have a component level data change here. And just as background, real quickly, the CAISO's talked about this in their RA procedure, or their RA proceeding, I should say, RA initiative, and the CPUC is talking about it in their RA proceeding. And looking at moving towards the unforced capacity counting means that the forced outage data for these resources should be reflective of the component level. If we are applying different types of counting to the hybrid resources, and just as background, if folks aren't aware, the CPUC applies the solar and wind counting rules, and then the storage counting rules, and then aggregates those together, and that's how you get a hybrid resource capacity accreditation. And so it's important to actually have the outages be reflected appropriately if we're going to have outages being included in the storage component qualifying capacity. Okay, go on to the next slide for me. So just to hit home on this, we think that this needs to happen and happen soon. Time is of the essence to get this updated. We can't just keep waiting around here. CAISO needs to have some urgency on updating the OMS system, especially for hybrid resource component level data. The CPUC thinks that they're going to put out a go live for UCAP likely in 2028. There'll be another proceeding next year where they go through that process and update the proposal and get something likely that's going to be adopted to go live in 2028. So that includes multi-years of historical outage data. If we don't have the ability to parse out what was a solar or a wind outage versus what was a storage related outage in this data, which the CAISO does not track cleanly or clearly for hybrids right now in the OMS, then there will be an unfair application of the UCAP design to hybrid resources. And we think this is a major concern and needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Okay, let me go on to my last section here and then I'll wrap it up. Next slide. Next slide. So last slide here on the default energy bid. So CAISO and DMM have stated that they want to apply mitigation to hybrid resources. They need to develop a default energy bid that would allow for this to happen. And we think that we want to tie this in with our request for the use of dynamic limits to be utilized for SOC management. So we essentially think that the lack of having that being clarified, along with adding in mitigation and having grid charging restrictions on these resources without being able to potentially use this clearly to reflect the actual realities of the market operations, means that we could lead to inefficient outcomes, overly conservative behavior, and SOC mismanagement or SOC depletion prematurely. So this is just highlighting why we think that if you look at hybrid resources, there could be multiple things that are driving their underlying marginal costs. We have the impact of the incentives outside the market from tax credits or property tax exemption. You have the renewable energy credit market pricing and contractual obligations. You have the RA pieces of this, and then you have the actual management of the SOC, where you have the price that's coming from the solar or wind generation, or potentially from the grid if it is a grid charging resource. And all of those things mean that the DEB could be rather dynamic and change, significantly over different timeframes, or should potentially change over all those timeframes. And so we just think that if you're going to apply mitigation to these resources, then we should really be very clear in allowing the SOC management with the dynamic limits to avoid instances where this could, add to that challenge that I was talking about earlier in response to Adam's questions about why hybrids are different from a standalone battery that would just use an economic bids to manage its SOC. Okay, so kind of rushed through that a lot, but I'm over 12 o'clock already and took up all of the NextEra time, so apologies for that, and happy to answer any questions. We could talk about it more after lunch. We're going to end now. I'll hand it back over to Kaiso to see if there's any questions before we go to lunch, I guess.
Well, actually, thank you so much, Chris, for your presentation. We don't have any hands up at the moment, and NextEra is okay presenting when we come back at 1 o'clock. If there's any questions for this presentation, it's still open, and then we can go to lunch right after that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, before we do that, yeah, Dinesh or Sergio, did you have any reactions or questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say this was really excellent, Chris. Thank you very much for providing this presentation. We will have further discussion of these topics this afternoon as well, and I'm sure that all of this content will come up. So if there's any initial questions on what Chris has presented here, any initial clarification questions, now would be a good time for that. Otherwise, we will continue these discussions later in the meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, I see Rahul's hand. Thanks, Dinesh. We'll take that question from Rahul, and then we can wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for the presentation, and really, it's helpful from our perspective too, because we are hybrid developers. My question for Kaiso, I'm still trying to figure out the purpose of this presentation today, right? Like Chris, you have presented this before. What are we trying to achieve from this discussion? Because I haven't heard any specific discussion today on this topic. So are we expected to do a deep dive this afternoon? Is Kaiso going to present why we are talking about this today? I'm a bit puzzled right now.
Thanks for the question here, Rahul. So yes, we will do a deep dive on these topics a little further in the day. I think in terms of framing where we are at on this topic group, the goal of today is to ensure that we as a stakeholder community have a good level set on the topics here and a good initial understanding as we step forward into developing problem statements and then going into policy development. So, it's been a couple months since we've had these presentations. We've already had some really great discussion just from Chris's presentation here. And this is something that is good feedback for the ISO to take back to work with stakeholders further in development of the next steps. One other thing to think about is that we also would like to hear feedback around prioritization of these different topics and how you all see these topics fit in terms of need and in terms of timeline. That is also something that's going to dictate the pace of some of these topics and how they interact with the rest of the initiative as a whole. Did that help with your question there, Rahul?
And I think it will be good if when you ask for feedback, written feedback from this call, to highlight, what specific section or what aspects, because everything that Chris has mentioned is very relevant, and I support everything that he's requesting. So if you want to see written comments, if you frame it that way, we are happy to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can chime in here quickly, this is Sergio. I would just say that, we posted a discussion paper, right? And today we'll discuss that, and there'll be an opportunity for comments. Really, the next step is, this is the moment to get all the feedback on. The discussion paper did not reflect an issue in its full magnitude, or there's this other angle to consider, there's this other interaction. So adding all of that will help us finalize problem statements and finalize the prioritization of those so that we can move on to the next stage of having like an issue paper that by that point we'll have all of the different problem statements. We'll have ideally, the certainty that this is covering kind of like the universe of concerns, but also how we should think about them and keep moving forward. So I appreciate that, and thank you for the question.
Thank you.
And thanks. So I'll just say before we wrap up, I'll just say thanks for the opportunity to present again. And, our intent, I think, was really to try to document a little bit more of our reasoning behind what we're asking for the CAISO to consider, and then also put some specific problem statements out there, and obviously open to modification or combining some of these. And, we just wanted to try to really, I think, get to the heart of what we think is needed and what the scope should be. And just to answer Sergio's question about the prioritization, at least at a high level, we try to order this presentation what we felt was the most important prioritization for us as a SC of the vast majority of the hybrids in the CAISO marketplace, as far as what impacts us the most. And I think, what our hopes are for the overall prioritization here. But all this stuff is important to us, and we also recognize that there are other competing interests here with CAISO working on other storage things. So we thank the CAISO for the efforts and opportunity to present and to talk through these important hybrid issues. And lastly, I will also say we have co-located resources, and so apologies to NextEra for bumping them to the next section. And I think we support a lot of the issues that NextEra is going to talk about as well on the co-located. We just focus here on hybrids, but that does not mean that we are also not very supportive of those co-located issues as well, which are very important and should be considered. We think that as also as a high priority item. Okay, thanks again, everyone.
Thank you so much, Chris. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch now, and we will be back at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And then we will come back with Sam Heil and his presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at 1 minute to 1 o'clock, and then I just want to check. Sarah, do you know if Sam is coming back? I don't see that is connected as an attendee or a panelist.
I think Sarah was just promoted to a panelist, so you might want to repeat that again, Yelena.
Oh, we were out of the practice session, so I think
Oh,
Sarah
yeah.
would have
Okay, cool.
heard. Yeah, so just as we're about to go live, I just wanted to get us started. Sarah, was there a change in presenters, or you can unmute yourself too? You're a panelist. Just want to check before we get started to see if we need Quinn to do her presentation first. Oh, here's Sam. Okay, I see Sam is on as a panelist here just in time.
There, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, you're coming in clear.
Excellent.
Okay, and it's 1 o'clock. If you want to, I think if we're ready, we can get started.
I'm ready, thanks.
Wonderful. And then just say next slide, and Silas will move the slide for us.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you everybody for joining us back from lunch. I'm going to hand it over to Sam Heil from Nextera.
Hi there, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you, Kaiso, for the opportunity to present here. My name's Sam Heil. I'm at Nextera Analytics, and I wanted to present two topics for today's discussion, which, by the way, if these slides, they may look familiar to you, and that's because we submitted these as standalone items in the policy catalog back in April. But because they both pertain pretty solidly to storage, I was excited to have the opportunity to run them by the brain trust in this group. So let's get into it. Next slide. All right, so yeah, the first topic kind of ties into what we talked about. Sergio teed up excellently at the start of today's working group, which is squarely about multi-interval optimization, or MIO. Next slide. So I know with this group, I don't need to do as much in the background. We all are familiar with what MIO is and how it can sometimes result in resources being dispatched out of economic merit order relative to their submitted energy offer curves. We understand that this is because Kaiso's advisory run looks out with a rolling 1 hour horizon and can dispatch storage, try to optimize its SOC based on those prices over the next rolling hour. And as we've talked about before, sometimes this has a direct connection to uplift, because when those advisory prices don't pan out, that out of merit dispatch can become suboptimal from the resource's point of view. And if you're a storage resource with limited energy that you're trying to maximize over the course of the day, then that can really eat into your daily real-time energy revenues. Now, we've talked a lot about MIO in this group, and when is it good, when is it bad for storage? Our position at Nextera is that even if it is a good thing overall for the storage fleet, which it very well may be, there are still going to be some winners and losers in the context of suboptimal dispatch that can result in MIO. And our position is that, well, we shouldn't just say that's beyond, that's the cost of doing business. We think that because it is beyond the resource's control, the storage resource deserves to be held harmless to those suboptimal dispatches. And we think that the current uplift mechanism in Kaiso BCR, we've talked obviously a ton about today, well, that's not super compelling to us, because our understanding is it's only available when that resource realizes a net loss for the trade date. So in other words, if I'm a battery that only made 10 instead of 13,000 in the market for that trade date, right, there's no relief for me from that BCR charge code. So in the spirit of kind of re-examining everything holistically, like we're doing for BCR, we kind of wanted to put the thought out here that, well, what if the solution to this aspect of MIO isn't in BCR? What if it's a new make-whole payment, a new uplift bucket outside of BCR that attempts to do the same thing, but that doesn't have the same net loss threshold before it kicks in? And the hope is this would mitigate the revenue erosion from MIO that we're talking about here. Next slide. And just to put this in context, MIO is obviously very complicated. It's complicated. It's hard to see when out of merit dispatch happens. It's hard to know, because Kaiso doesn't publish the advisory prices. It's hard to say for certainty when it occurs or how much it costs that resource over the course of the day. But to put it in context, we just pulled some numbers for 4 of our batteries that were operational last summer, and we tried to guesstimate how often out of merit dispatch was happening at these batteries. And the way we did it is essentially find the appropriate, corresponding segments from our energy offer curves, line them up against real-time LMP, weed out intervals where maybe the battery had an FRP award or it had an upcoming ancillary award, and such that the real-time ASSOC constraint might have been responsible for doing something out of merit, so the battery would have enough SOC to deliver it, right? We weeded out all that stuff and looked at what was left. And if you zoom in on the bar chart a little bit, we broke it out into 3 buckets. On the left is out of merit charging, which is essentially being dispatched to pay more for charging energy than you said you were willing to based on your submitted offer curve. The second bucket in the middle is out of merit discharging, basically vice versa. And then the last one, which according to our analysis, for whatever reason, seemed to be the most prevalent, was out of merit idling, which is when the resource should have been economic to either charge or discharge. And again, wasn't carrying FRP or upcoming ancillaries, and for whatever reason did not clear. And we are attributing it based on limited information to MIO. Now, it is, of course, hard to see if this is a good or bad thing for those storage resources over the course of the day. We just wanted to give a high-level observation on roughly how often this seems to be happening. We're talking 1 to 3, maybe 4% for charging and discharging out of merit, and then 5 to 10 depending on the battery for the idling case. Next slide. And so again, it's hard to translate this to, was this helpful or hurtful to the resource over the course of the day, looking at the total daily revenues. But just to drive it home, we pulled a more recent example. I believe this was from March of this year. Here was an actual NextEra battery that offered to pay up to $41 to charge when the real-time LMP, 5-minute LMP, was -52. And instead of getting paid to charge during those negative prices and soak up that excess production that was probably on the system, the battery was just dispatched out of merit to pay. We were forced to pay to discharge. So again, weeding out things like FRP and ASSOC constraint, weeding out the obvious answers. We're attributing this to out of merit dispatch that in this case, unless there's something we're missing or other information we're not privy to, this seems like an extreme case of MIO getting it wrong. And this is kind of what's motivating us to bring it up in this forum. Next slide. And I think we can go through this pretty quickly. We've already established that it's hard when you're in a dark forest as a market participant, right? CAISO doesn't publish the advisory prices. It's hard to know what to do with the advisory schedules just to megawatts alone. And we can only infer when it's happening, like I said, by screening out all the other things it could be and kind of hoping you're right. Next slide. And so this brings us to the meat of what we proposed in the policy catalog, and what we'd like to run by this group here is that we think these suboptimal dispatches in MIO rise to the level that CAISO needs to figure out a way to make storage resources that are impacted by them whole. They should be held harmless. And again, we think the current mechanism BCR isn't really that compelling, just because you have to take a net loss again before you get any relief from BCR. So we're just throwing out kind of a zany idea here, which is, what if there was a new make-whole payment outside of BCR that would rely on CAISO calculating a counterfactual for the entire day? And we'd love feedback on if this is even technically feasible. No, it might be asking a lot. But the idea is essentially CAISO would calculate how the day would have looked if there had been no out of merit dispatch for that resource, for good or bad, right? Because a lot of times hopefully it will help that resource. And if on balance, that storage resource was worse off because of out of merit dispatch, then it would get this separately calculated make-whole payment. If it was a winner from out of merit dispatch, then you obviously wouldn't need this payment. And then depending on how the current BCR paradigm gets revised as a result of this working group, maybe it's possible that if that resource took a net loss for the day, then you wouldn't need this new make-whole payment, because then you're back in BCR land and you're covered by the current BCR construct. Next slide. And we wanted to note, we didn't come out with this idea out of a vacuum. Really, the inspiration was what CAISO did for the hold SOC when resources are exceptionally dispatched to hold their state of charge, right, out of ESE phase 1. I believe it was last year and a half ago. again, obviously a little bit different because the exceptional dispatch is less common than what we're talking about here in MIO. So maybe it's computationally less of a lift, but really we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about CAISO making a counterfactual. How would the day have gone but for CAISO market process being suboptimal from the resources perspective, and creating a separate charge code to make that resource whole. So we thought that using that construct could be, potentially informative as a template here. Next slide. And just to close out, we did a little bit of homework thinking about, are there other ways to get at the relief that Nextera is seeking here? One, I know some folks have brought up in the past, well, what about just opting out of MIO? And my understanding is CAISO previously landed on that by saying that, well, and we agree with that position that, when you start letting in only a subset of resources into the bid stack that MIO sees, that's probably not going to be great for market efficiency. It's probably not going to be great for price formation. There's always the do nothing option, which in this case would just be to continue relying on BCR. And, that resource, again, hypothetically, that only made 10 instead of 15,000 in the market, well, maybe they're not getting relief, but a resource that lost overall, then at least they could rely on BCR for the more extreme days. I guess our position is we don't feel like we should have to settle for only getting relief in those extreme days. And we're also not sure that it's great from an incentive standpoint, because MIO, to our understanding, those optimal dispatches are largely, but not entirely, beyond the scheduling coordinator's control. There are things you might be able to do in terms of manipulating your offer spread to make it more or less likely to occur. And that just doesn't feel like a territory we want to be in. And lastly, I've circled around this since the beginning of the presentation. Our understanding about current BCR, you have this net loss eligibility criterion. One argument might be to revisit that holistically, but that's probably opening a huge can of worms that might even be too big for this group. So rather than trying to go there from the get-go, we wanted to propose a more creative, maybe parallel solution to this separate bucket. I believe that's all I have on this one, so I'll stop to catch my breath.
I am not seeing any hands at this time, but I do have a couple questions, if I may. This is Sergio. Could we go back a couple of slides, I think, to your slide 7? Yes. So I have a question about the final sub-bullet of this slide. It says, if the asset realized a net loss for the day, no need for this make whole payments. So what I'm trying to confirm is you're kind of imagining, let's say, a flow chart of decisions. So first, was there a net loss for the day? If yes, just do BCR. That's it. Then if no, check if OOM dispatch affected the maximum profitability of the resource. And then you apply this new paradigm. Am I correct in that interpretation, Sam?
Yes, that's a great way to put it. The last bullet is really just coming from, we don't want to, we're not trying to suggest that resource should be double compensated, both through the existing BCR construct and through whatever parallel uplift bucket we're proposing here.
Okay, so that kind of leads me to my second question, that I think a big difference between how we think about BCR and this particular issue is that BCR is about cost recovery. It's about making sure that the assets did not incur in more cost than its net revenue. But this item seems to be more so about ensuring the assets maximization of profit, making sure that even though if you ended up in the green at the end of the day, if there was more to be made, the asset could, kind of receive that at the end. I kind of question a little bit the language of making them whole in that regard. Maybe we could frame it in a bit of a different way, but do you think that is a fair characterization?
Yeah, thanks, Sergio. I think that's a fair point, and maybe to try to put a finer point in it myself, we're not trying to suggest that, oh, if there had been an opportunity for this resource to make an extra $100 in the market, what's gonna a charge code for that? Like that, there are a lot of things that scheduling coordinators can do with a variety of bid parameters we've talked about, depending on if you're standalone or co-located. And so it's not like ISO market processes beyond the scheduling coordinator's control are the only thing that influence the revenues that resource takes home for the day. We're simply trying to address the more extreme cases, like the one I had, I forget, a couple slides ago, saying if LMP is minus 50, why are we getting forced to discharge instead of getting paid to charge? Even though now we hopefully would still turn a profit for the day and therefore not be eligible for BCR. But in our view, there should still be some relief, and maybe make whole is the wrong term because it's usually relative to the bid cost for that hour. And we've talked about how BCR is designed for thermals who don't really have to think over the course of the day like storage does, where everything's intertemporally linked. Like, totally understand that. But I guess we are going to with this is like if there was a way that CAISO could rerun the market, not to say like, oh, if everything had been perfect, what's the maximum amount that battery could have made? We're not trying to do that. We're trying to get at the case as well, if there had only been beneficial MIO to that resource, if there hadn't been any suboptimal MIO dispatches, how much better off would the resource have been?
Gotcha. No, that's helpful. That's helpful. And the last thing I would comment on is, I think if you go to the next slide, 8. Sorry, it's 9, the next one. Yes, I think, in general, I'd say that the idea of taking a page from the hold exceptional dispatch counterfactual calculation, I think is, it makes sense. The other options that you haven't listed here definitely create perhaps more complication, and they probably don't get fully or exclusively to the issue you're talking to. So I do believe that is kind of a place to start. But that being said, I believe that would be very computationally burdensome. I'd love for my other colleagues to chime in if they have any thoughts, but the frequency of doing a hold exceptional dispatch is nowhere near the frequency of potential impacts of MIO, right? And in addition, kind of with more storage in the system, the need for a hold SOC decreases, whereas the likelihood of the need to do this kind of rerun increases, with more resources. So that is also something to consider. But that being said, I do agree that of the other options outlined here, these other options in slide 9 are have other complications that are probably not on the side of the process, the computational burden, but the policy and kind of the goals of it. So I appreciate that. But thank you, Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for raising that.
From...
That's exactly why we're trying to raise it. If that solution isn't feasible, let's, if we agree this is a problem statement that is worthy of more attention, let's think of ways that would be feasible to address it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And we have a hand from Bala Krishna as well. Let's go to Bala. Go ahead. Bala, you're unmuted on the WebEx. If you have a mute button on your phone or on your screen, if you could unmute that as well. Okay. We're not getting any audio. Okay. Sam, do you have more slides as well?
Not on this topic.
Okay, it looks like Bella lowered their hand. So, yeah, well, Val, would you like to try again? I see your hand. I see you are unmuted on the WebEx. You might have a second mute button. Okay, and you can put your question in the chat box as well if you open the chat from the bottom right, and I can read that out loud for Sam to answer. Okay, Balakrishna is going to type it, and I will read that out. Thank you for your patience. I think they're typing it now. Okay, so the question is, so if the real-time revenue is negative, then only BCR, whereas if RT revenue is positive, then only the extra potential revenue?
Yeah, if I understand that right, that sounds basically like what Sergio is asking in his first question, and I would say yes. So again, the idea is if a storage resource turned a positive but reduced profit for a given market for a given trade date, and we're reasonably sure it's because of suboptimal dispatch and MIO, then that's the relief we're seeking here, potentially via a new charge code. But if the resource had negative real-time revenues, then unless things get really changed as part of the existing BCR construct through this initiative, I would think that resource would be covered with the existing BCR charge code.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sam, it's actually, one more question. Could one make a case, this is Bala responding, can one make a case that the MIO caused negative real-time revenue, hence both charge codes needed?
Guess I would have to think through that, but off the top of my head, that feels like it might be double counting. Like I don't know why the resource would need to be made whole to say the 5,000 it didn't make, it only made 10 instead of 15 in the market again. Like or let's say, I guess in this case, yeah, you're asking if it's negative, then yeah, I guess if the resource had a net loss in the market for that date, I don't know why it would need. Maybe it's just for informational purposes. Maybe that's what the question is about, like attributing how much of the net loss that is getting paid for through BCR was due to suboptimal MIO versus other stuff. That could be interesting for informational purposes, but my instinct is we would want to try to avoid double counting between BCR and this proposal.
Okay, Balakrishna said, okay, thank you. Okay, do you have anything else, Sam, before we wrap up? I'm not seeing any other hands or any other questions in the chat.
Nothing more on this topic. Happy to move to topic 2 when we're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, so the second topic, again, previously presented at the policy symposium a couple months ago, is about co-located resources and the follow dot flag for VERS. Next slide. So this may be familiar if you operate co-located resources. It probably will be if you're a co-located operator. So the background is that this is a requirement that is in the market operations BPM, notably not the tariff, that requires a variable energy resource, or VER, to follow its dispatch operating target, or its DOT, whenever any resource that VER is co-located with clears ancillaries. And following DOT essentially means that VER is no longer allowed to freely generate as available in real time. Instead, it is kind of frozen or held to the 5-minute VER forecast, produced in the CAISO system and/or I guess supplied by the SC. And by the way, why am I bringing this up in a storage working group? Well, a couple of reasons. First is our understanding that although VERS may technically be allowed to participate in ancillary services under the tariff, there are various practical and operational reasons why that's not really the case, why they're not able to do so in practice. So really, when we talk about the resources that might be triggering this follow dot flag for a VER, what is that co-located resource? It's probably going to be a battery that might be participating in ancillaries and tripping the flag for its co-located VER. Another reason why we're bringing it up on this call in particular is that the issue paper that CAISO put out that's associated with this call on mixed fuel and co-located resources notably did not contain any discussion that I saw anyway of this follow dot flag, which puzzled us a bit because we view this as a key requirement that affects the participation of co-located storage in energy and more particular in this case in ancillaries. There was another nugget that's not on this slide that I'll mention too, which is, and I think this came up in NPPF a couple of days ago, right? How although the high sustained limit, the HSL, is a required telemetry value that co-located VERS and VER components of hybrids have to send to CAISO, our understanding, according to that white paper and the NPPF discussion, is that CAISO has had various, I guess, issues accessing that HSL telemetry, it sounds like, to the point that it's not actually being used in the VER forecast. So to connect all, and that's probably a bad pun, but to connect the dots here, that kind of makes it even worse from our perspective, that if a VER is getting unnecessarily frozen to its 5-minute dot, and that dot is informed by a VER forecast coming from the CAISO system that doesn't even leverage the best-in-class HSL telemetry available, that is otherwise available and is being submitted by at least some market participants, then that kind of exacerbates the magnitude of the issue we're talking about here. So that's kind of some background on why we're bringing it up here. But the problem really from our standpoint, well, it's multifaceted. We think that retaining this requirement unnecessarily discourages co-located batteries from participating in ancillary services. In turn, that's not going to be great for price formation. And we also think retaining the flag will continue to pose undue coordination issues to the extent the VER and the storage have different scheduling coordinators. And so our ask here is that we get some clarity from CAISO about exactly where did this flag come from? Why exactly is it needed? And how on balance does it outweigh the drawbacks from our participants that we're outlining here and that in our experience tend to be pretty significant. Next slide, please. So just to do a quick recap on where this came from, to our understanding, CAISO has never put out a written policy explanation for why it's necessary to trigger this follow dot flag when a resource that's co-located with a VER decides to participate in ancillaries. We did some of the forensics and we think we know where it came in the BPM process, but it doesn't look like this major requirement was ever really stakeholdered. We're pretty sure it has nothing to do with managing the POI from an output standpoint because we have the aggregate capability constraint for that already. Our informal sense is that it's something that CAISO operators like to have from a comfort perspective because it makes the output of the POI more predictable, perhaps. It could prevent a freely generating solar resource from kind of fighting with a battery that's carrying reg up or downwards and gets deployed at the same POI. But even that argument, if that really is the basis of this policy in the BPM, we were never that persuaded by it because if CAISO procures ancillaries at the zonal level, then everything rolls up from the node to the zone. And so the thought experiment we've kind of had is, well, how is this really any different from, say, standalone solar, and then a couple miles down the road at another node, you have a standalone battery that's doing regulation. If the status quo is that battery could freely do regulation and the VER that's standalone could freely generate, we were trying to understand how it's not undue discrimination that those resources, if co-located, would be markedly more constrained by this follow dot rule. Next slide, please. And just to drill into a little bit of what it's like from our perspective, because again, NextEra, we have some hybrid assets and we have a lot of co-located assets. So we have a lot of experience with this. And in fact, we have experience on the co-located side in the two flavors that you see on this slide. So the first flavor is, let's say NextEra owns both the battery and the solar. Well, then from our perspective, and this is true, this has actively discouraged us from bidding in ancillaries on the co-located battery, because we have a sense that the estimated value of doing that and getting incremental AS revenue is outweighed by the foregone energy revenue you get on the VER side when that VER is effectively curtailed because it has to follow its 5-minute DOT. And the way we kind of think about it is, even if all forecasts are going to be wrong, let's say the VER forecast is only a little bit wrong, it's pretty good. Even so, if you assume that error is symmetrically distributed in the upward and downward direction, the way we think about it is, well, then roughly half the time, if that forecast is off, it's going to be on the downward bias side, meaning that VER might actually have more instantaneous capability that would be reflected by the HSL if CAISO were ingesting that and using it in its forecast, but it's not able to get that extra capability out, and that's effectively energy curtailment. So even if you own both the resources, that's kind of a headache. And from CAISO's perspective, I would think there would be worries about shrinking the ancillary supply stack unnecessarily, which obviously is not good for price formation. Could even lead to some artificial scarcity if you think about a tight, stressed day in the future with high load growth. I mean, we've also seen in the DMM reports, right, a lot of the ancillaries that storage carries tends to be regged down in the late morning, early afternoon, soaking up excess renewables, right? Imagine how much more we could get of that, but for this requirement. So that's the first flavor. The second flavor, which we also have experience with, by the way, let's say NextEra only controls the solar, but we are co-located with a battery behind the same POI under the same ACC or sub-ACC constraint. Well, we've had situations where that follow dot flag is getting tripped for our solar, and we sort of have to infer whether that's coming from something we did. Maybe we had a bad VER forecast, maybe there was congestion at the POI, something else going on, or maybe it was the scheduling coordinator for that co-located battery at the same POI decided to do ancillaries for that hour, and we had no idea, and we're not even going to catch it after the fact unless we do a bunch of coordination with that other SC. So the point is, this is especially cumbersome when you're co-located with a resource that you don't control. There is a significant interaction effect here that, again, would not occur if those resources were located at two adjacent nodes and participating on standalone bases. Next slide. So that's really the meat of it. From our perspective, again, this is a major requirement that probably should have been noted in that issue paper on mixed fuel and co-locateds, if in the spirit of level setting. We think it's compounded by the status quo where CAISO is apparently not leveraging the telemetry HSL values fully in doing its VER forecasts. And just given the fact that this was never really stakeholdered and it has significant operational and kind of admin overhead for market participants that have co-located batteries, and potential, again, negative implications for price formation in this AS supply stack, we wanted to do kind of an eyes wide open re-examination of why do we still need this on balance in light of everything we just laid out. So hopefully we can get the conversation started here, and thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Sam. I'm not seeing any hands or any questions in the chat. Oh, we have a hand from Rahul. Go ahead.
Quick sound check. This is Rahul from AES. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think from a point of view of not repeating everything that Sam said, AES would like to second this presentation, and I'm looking for some feedback from CAISO team to opine when all the questions that Sam has posed in this presentation will be addressed. I don't see it in today's presentation, so if CAISO staff can give some insights as to when can we expect CAISO's position on the issues that have been raised, that would be helpful rather than just terminating this this presentation here with no feedback.
Absolutely, Rahul. So I will look and I will circle back with the team after this presentation, and look into addressing all of these questions, or as many as we can, in the next paper coming out of this topic group. How does that sound?
Sounds good. And one point I would make is, we already had this presentation before and sort of have seen this. So it would have been ideal to have more discussion on this topic rather than just have this presentation. And I'm glad, Nextera and Sam have put in all the effort and time to do that. Since this is the second time we are having this discussion, it would have been ideal to have this here. So hopefully, you have feedback that repeat presentation would be better if you could streamline the conversation today, because then we really don't know when CAISO is going to respond and what timeline. So with that feedback, I'll hop off. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you very much for that feedback, Rahul. Just one other thing that I wanted to add is that, this is a great time to hear this feedback, both from you and other stakeholders on these presentations. And these are comments that we also hope to see in written comment form as well. So thank you very much for your feedback on the process and for your feedback on Sam's presentation.
Yeah, and if I can add something quickly here, this is Sergio. I would just say that the kind of the last event on this topic group of mixed fuel and distribution level resources was that discussion paper. Moving forward, as we've shared in our prior materials, we'll continue to have discussions on this within the meetings that we have. So even ahead of the posting of the next version or iteration of the paper, we'll be able to continue the conversation for this topics. Really, I think what we want to recognize here from Sam is, this was an issue that was brought up in the policy catalog process that had not been included in that initial discussion paper. It was an omission that we are now wanting to include, that we'll start working through and discussing in this initiative, because as Sam noted, it's not exclusive to storage resources, right? It touches upon other resources too, but we want to start that discussion here, and we'll be able to provide more information on it through these meetings, as well as in the upcoming version of the paper on mixed fuel and distribution level resources. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have a hand from Chris Devon as well. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, thanks. This is Chris again from TerraGen. As noted earlier at the end of my presentation, I think we do support both of these topics being looked at. So I did want to just lend our voice here as some support, on this follow DOT flag for ancillaries. I think, we have some concerns about the whole impact on the burr production and especially when it's different ownership or different off-takers amongst the co-located resources which we face. And, it's impacted us to the point where we've, had to just simply not provide ancillaries with one of our storage resources that is co-located due to these concerns and the, co-tenancy impacts and those sort of things. So if we could just have a bit of a, more robust discussion about the need for it and perhaps maybe a more targeted application in certain situations, I think that would be a useful discussion. So we would definitely support that. And then I did want to just chime in on the whole, uplift, make whole payments issue as well and say, I think it's worth considering that in lieu of some of the other changes if we're going to kind of take the DMM CAISO perspective of that I think I heard earlier of, that the storage BCR is, starting point is it's not warranted at all, then I think this, is a fair issue to bring up. I tend to believe there's some middle ground where we could, get to more of what CISA and Don Trethewey was mentioning about finding when the cases are warranted due to the CAISO-driven outcomes driving that BCR, if it's price excursions in the market, advisory pricing, multi-interval optimization impacts, and those sort of things that are outside the SC's control versus the unwarranted BCR, where it's more perhaps a function of an outage, derate, or decision from the SC on how to operate the resource between day ahead to real time. I think that would probably be a little bit cleaner. And hearing Sergio's point about the complexity of running the counterfactual thing for the whole day and having a whole additional concept there that we would have to implement and test and make sure it's working right and all that. I think we would probably prefer something closer to what CISA was suggesting earlier in the morning half, but I think it's still just part of the discussion that needs to be had on all this and should be considered as an alternative option, perhaps. So those are our thoughts from Terjen. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. We had another hand. Alva, go ahead.
Can you hear me? I'm on the computer now.
You're really, really quiet. If you can move a little closer to the mic.
Okay.
Let's see if that fixes it.
Usually I come in. I should probably have gotten on my headphones. But tell me, can you hear me now? Am I getting better?
Yeah, you're sounding clear. Yeah, that's sounding great. Thanks.
I'm to me there is an issue here with. I'm not sure if I agree with the idea of discriminatory treatment unless there is essentially a guarantee. You have two VERs, one within an ACC and one not. And unless the VER within the ACC is guaranteed to be able to deliver up to its PMAX, and of course we're not talking about delivering above PMAX. I hope that's should be considered out of bounds in the scope of what we're talking about here. But if the VER is considered to be entitled to deliver to its PMAX, then it seems that the battery has to be constrained in terms of what it can be awarded. And so you can't do in that case, you can't just do a sum of the awards, the energy forecast on the VER plus the battery output plus the ancillary services and say, as long as that's below the ACC, you can award those ancillary services. I think and it almost sounded like Chris was alluding to this, but you would have to constrain the ancillary service awards and say, because this VER may deliver more, we're not going to award the full ancillary services. And I think that's an acceptable solution. But the idea that you would award the AS and then somehow say, well, you still don't have to follow your schedule VER because we're just going to buy back the ancillary services if you deliver more, does not strike me as being what ancillary services are about. They're supposed to be procured day ahead and be fully deliverable at that time and in real time. They're not supposed to be something that essentially you routinely assume is not going to be there in real time. If an outage happens, it's not there. But I'm troubled by that idea. Maybe either Chris or Sam can disentangle that, but it doesn't really make sense to me, I have to say.
I can try to respond, Alva. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, I guess maybe to start, I hope I didn't suggest that we were saying that solar should be able to freely bounce around at the expense of protecting or delivering the co-located batteries AS award. Like, totally agree. It's procured in the day ahead for a reason. It's a high priority. I guess maybe my ignorance here, I kind of thought that there would be a way under the existing ACC logic to let the solar generate as much as possible, but subject to that hard ACC limit, in which case, is it conceivable that logic would constrain the solar and cap it out, curtail that energy only when absolutely necessary, but
So
until that point, kind of let it ride? Or is that not even how it works today?
Well, I don't think it's how it works today, but you're suggesting that you would not require them to follow the DOT, but you would set a maximum that they could not go above, essentially. Is that kind of the idea? It might be less than what they would be delivering, without constraint, but you would still see it as reasonable that they should be constrained. So maybe the constraint is not follow DOT, but deliver no more than X, essentially is what you're suggesting.
I think that's a good way to put it. And maybe I've just been assuming this whole time that X was the combined ACC limit and that the magic of ACC would ensure that if the solar generates too much, it would get curtailed as, as minimally necessary so that the combined output of that reg deployment and the VER instantaneous generation didn't exceed the ACC. But maybe that's too simplistic.
Yeah, I don't think that could happen except through an ADS instruction of some sort. I mean, either the VER is just delivering freely, or it has to be told where it can deliver to for that constraint to be, enforced. So I think that your idea is an interesting one, though. If there were a way of essentially, making the follow DOT less rigorous when it didn't need to be, I'm now understanding your point better. That you're seeing cases where that's not necessary. You've got the room, but they're telling you just because that's the only option they have to follow the forecast, when in fact you could deliver somewhat more and still there would be no issue with the ancillary services. So now I see that point, and I appreciate your continuing to discuss it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for helping making me kind of go through that exercise. And another thing I would add, just on the same topic, is maybe or I think to underscore what you just said, there could be situations where you have a reg award on the battery that doesn't get deployed, and it'd be like, oh well, we would have had the room to generate a little more solar. I feel like it's maybe even more egregious if that battery is instead carrying a spin or non-spin award, which hopefully isn't getting deployed all the time, unless you're in a contingency. So even more reason that why should the solar be forced to follow an artificial 5-minute value? Thanks.
We've got a couple more hands. We've got Chris Evan next.
Hey, again, Chris from TerraGen. Just wanted to take the opportunity to try to respond to Elva, I think, a bit and build on what Sam was mentioning, because I do think this is a good discussion, and it kind of illustrates the point of why this should be developed further in this initiative, and I think talked about a little bit in more depth, because just having the blanket DOT follow DOT flag on in any instance, it just doesn't really reflect the capability of the POI and the actual headroom that's available in all cases. That the solar could be producing at a much lower level. There could be a lot of room available. You could have a reg up award on the battery, and it could be charging and absorbing, and then still essentially responding the same way without any real problem in actually having the open headroom, and to really truly provide that, or even in those other situations as Sam mentioned with spin or non-spin, potentially. So all those cases should just be talked through, and that was really not done when CAISO did the operating procedure update, and then the BPM changed to do this. They really didn't talk through all those cases. I've had a lot of discussions with the CAISO operations folks about this in the past, over the years, trying to understand, and demonstrate that there are scenarios where this should be applied in a more nuanced manner. So, to Elva's point and Sam's point, I tend to agree with that. And I think Elva made a very good point that if there were a situation where the CAISO shouldn't be awarding that AS on the battery to allow the room for it, I mean, they could, build that into the logic, I think, of the market, potentially with the ACC, and that would be appropriate to avoid an unreliable or inappropriate outcome there. So I would agree with that point that he was making. I think that's that's what I had in mind as well. That's the right angle to take on this in those certain cases. So I would just tend to describe this as somewhat of a easy path that was taken to just ensure the most reliable outcome, but it's not necessarily the most efficient use of these resources or under these different scenarios. Thanks.
Thank you. The other hands are lowered. I think that's all the hands for now. No questions in the chat.
New hand for me, if you don't mind. So this is Dinesh from CAISO. I actually had a follow-up question for Sam and Chris here. First off, thank you very much for this conversation. I think it's an excellent conversation. Diving into these scenarios where Chris, where you think there should be a more nuanced manner of approach. These are the types of conversations that we'd love to have in this policy initiative. One question that I do have, thinking from a problem statement standpoint on this submission to co-located BESS and VER follow DOT flag, is how much of this do you see as an operations question versus a settlements question? Where is this something that the dispatch itself should be different, or is this something where how the money flows after the dispatch should be changed in order to maintain fairness and equity among especially among different owners between the BESS and the VER?
This is Sam. I can try to respond first. To be honest, we haven't really done a lot of thought on the settlement side. I think you're alluding to maybe the possibility of moving money around if, in my example, the scheduling coordinator for the VER has to follow a DOT flag and doesn't know why. Maybe there'd be some forensics after the fact indicated by settlements to indicate, oh, it's because, yeah, the battery I'm co-located with chose to do ancillaries. That could be interesting, but I guess I would take it a couple clicks back. And we view this as more of a policy issue. And again, the most immediate impact, even just putting the sort of admin overheads I was complaining about earlier in terms of trying to deduce if the battery you're co-located with is doing ancillaries. It's even if you own both the resources, which a lot of the times we do here at NextEra, it has actively discouraged us from participating in the ancillary services market for those batteries. We think that's bad both for us and especially for CAISO going forward with high load growth scenarios and the need for more REG to soak up more batteries to soak up excess renewables with rig down in the shoulder hours and stuff. So I guess both could be true, but I commented a little bit earlier in the pipeline on the policy side.
And to be clear, and just to be open and transparent in terms of how I'm thinking about policy here as well, is I see changes to settlement, potential changes if there's some sort of solution related to operations. This to me is all also wrapped up in that policy question. It also sounds like where your perspective is coming from is one related to reliability and ensuring that there's AS awards coming from these resources. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yeah, I think it's all the above. I think we definitely have we want to participate in ancillaries as much as possible. That helps obviously keep the lights on for CAISO, so it's a win-win reliability wise.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And Chris, your line is unmuted as well if you wanted to add into this conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Yelena. And Dinesh and Sam too, just to build on that a little bit, I would say it's not simply an operations or a settlements question in my mind. It's kind of both, more of a policy question. And then, how does operations need to see these responses and dispatch targets being set and operate as capable on the VER unit, right? And so adding in beyond the reliability aspect of it, it's also a VER production and VER curtailment issue, and we can increase the amount of RECs and the production from these solar units or wind units at these co-located facilities in a reliable manner under these certain scenarios where there is headroom and there the market isn't necessarily awarding things all the way up to the total POI limit. I mean, it just really does depend on differences in the configurations of these resources, and there are some that are more constrained than others, and some that may often not be hitting those POI limits in a lot of the hours, and in those hours it doesn't really always make sense to be issuing these follow dot scenarios, or I guess I should say not in those hours but in those scenarios, under certain conditions with certain types of AS, and I think that's where we should talk through it more, and then if there was something maybe to the extent that like Alva was proposing, where you're constraining the AS on the battery, and then there needs to be some kind of a settlements procedure to move stuff around. I mean, I think that's another entire policy question that needs to be discussed. I mean, right now, effectively what's happening is the solar, the wind unit, the VER at that location that's receiving this follow dot flag is basically being harmed by not being able to produce as capable like in any other resource. It's like another VER across the street at a different POI or across the system. And, KAISO doesn't issue those follow dot instructions to those resources and similarly. And so that's where I think, it's maybe not appropriate to be trying to move money around from the VER unit to the storage unit, and perhaps you could take the view that that storage unit is being harmed potentially by not being able to provide as much AS in certain situations if there was a constraint there. But that might be just part of the, decision-making process of if you're going to be co-located. I mean, you're already getting an advantage in many, many ways by being co-located with, VERS and storage and the efficient use of the interconnection and POI limit and deliverability potentially, and as well as the charging and RA rules that we have in place under the slice a day at the PUC. So there's a lot that you should be considering, I think, in these discussions that maybe are just helping point to the fact that a blanket follow dot flag in some of these situations doesn't necessarily make sense. And can still be a reliable outcome. And maybe we don't need to make a new settlement rule, but it certainly could be part of the discussion. Okay, thanks.
And Fan also has his hand up. Fan, your line is unmuted as well.
Okay, thank you. I guess the problem is whenever we issue the follow DOT, then there's potentially the VER has to be curtailed because you cannot freely generate to your maximum capability. But on the other hand, we have a ACC constraint we need to respect. For example, the ACC constraint is 100 megawatt, and then we have a VER forecast is 50, and then battery we schedule at 40, and then 10 goes to the regulation up. So you use ACC completely. But now if your VER goes to more than 50, if we don't issue follow DOT, you generate more than 50, then you will limit your AGC 10 megawatt. You just cannot do it. Right? So that's the challenging we are facing, say how to respect the ACC. But I do agree. By the simple follow DOT, we are actually not using the ACC effectively. For example, if the AS is not the regulation, it's a spin, non-spin. Actually, we only use spin, non-spin under contingency situation. So as long as we issue the follow DOT when we activate a contingency, so that will reduce the VER curtailment quite a lot because not very often we are in contingency. So that's one we can think about. And the other one is I like Ava's idea. Say, okay, we don't issue a follow DOT, but we issue the new max. The VER can go. Just go to your ACC limit, see how much you still can go. We go that way. So if we go that way, then if you have only single VER, no problem. If you have more than one VER, then how we distribute those headroom among those VER? That's a question for all of us to think about. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Fan. We have a hand from Leisha, and then we have a couple other hands. We'll go to Leisha, and then Alba, and then Raul.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is Leisha with short-term forecasting at KAISO. I believe I heard a comment in Sam's presentation just on our MPPF notice that we put out on HSL. I wanted to throw out a clarification that in periods of follow DOT, we would still be using the HSL for forecasting if the HSL quality is good. Follow DOT will turn off the forecast's use of telemetry because the resource is under follow DOT. But if the HSL is a good signal and of good quality, HSL would still be used for forecasting in the follow DOT periods. So just wanted to add that clarification.
This is Sam. Thanks for throwing that out there, Alicia. So just from my understanding, then you're saying it's kind of resource specific. Like maybe I just read that one line in the issue paper too broadly, where it made it sound like CAISO was maybe using the HSL telemetry for training purposes, but it wasn't actually using it at all in terms of developing the 5-minute forecast for a given resource. But I think I hear you saying, well, it depends. If the resource's telemetry is good, it will actually be used to inform that specific resource's forecast. Is that correct?
Yes. There's a couple nuances. In the issue paper, I think we were focusing a lot on persistence forecasts. So ideally, we would have HSL-based persistence forecasts where for the 5-minute horizon, we would always be using HSL basically as the telemetry. At this point, HSL is not of a good enough quality across the system level where we could turn on HSL-based persistence, but we do have persistence-based forecasting based on telemetry. And in follow DOT, persistence forecasts turn off, but then we would be sending the vendor forecasts for that real-time horizon, and vendor forecasts still ingest HSL as one of the inputs. So there is still a signal from HSL. And at the resource level, if we determine that the HSL is of a bad quality, sometimes we'll guide the vendors to not use that HSL point for a resource, but kind of by default, HSL is going into VER forecasts and would still be a signal through follow DOT periods, but there is that nuance specifically for persistence forecasts that most resources have just for the 5-minute horizon, where we can't use HSL-based persistence at this time. So is that clear?
Yes, that's very helpful. That's a tricky nuance. Thanks for laying that out.
Okay, yes, no problem.
Okay, thanks, Lucia. Let's go to Alda.
Oh, am I audible this time?
Yes, you are.
Great. Well, both really great to have two very, very knowledgeable people come before me from the CAISO. And I wanted to say on the HSL, one thing I did hear, and I heard what Sam heard, but I also heard in that meeting and in this paper that we need to really get the HSL data at a better level of quality, and that it will make a big difference. And they showed an example of when the persistence forecast is causing, or failures of the persistence forecast are causing major price spikes. So I think, and for that matter, in this whole issue of what a solar resource is really going to be capable of doing, I think it's pretty critical. So I think the clarion call is to improve it, not to say it's only used for training. That may be the case now, but that's not, in my mind, it's not the way it's supposed to be used. The one thing I wanted to add to what, Fan is we had a discussion the other day where we were saying that Fan is the one person who knows everything about this, and it was clear from his comment that's true. One thing I was just going to bring up here is that depending on the time frame of all of this discussion and the changes or the evolution of these changes, this also seems to point toward the issue of how we essentially re-optimize ancillary services and flexibility in real time. So I realize that's a huge thing to dump on Sam's presentation, but I think one opportunity that's presented by this is to also think about how do you allocate these awards potentially in real time to deal with changes in the forecast or services you don't need anymore or things like that. I think that's something which I'm hoping after EDAM comes in will become a significant policy and implementation initiative for CAISO, because I think this is just evidence of how significant the benefits of this could be for market participants as well as for the efficiency of the market as a whole, especially with all the flexibility services kind of taking up room that maybe, we'd want to then use for ancillary services or rather than just simply having it as room, in the future. So a lot of potential here in these ideas. And really appreciate Sam for bringing this up in this way that gives rise to so much interesting brainstorming.
Agree. We will discuss more internally also on this topic.
Thank you.
Right. And then let's take one more hand before we move on to the next presentation. Rahul, go ahead.
Hi, this is Rahul from AES. Thanks for Alva, Chris, Sam. Really good discussion. I want to emphasize a couple of things. From the state and the goals perspective, renewable curtailment, I think is really important because it limits the developer's ability to deliver RECs, the renewable energy credit, and REC is what is being used for the RPS goal. So to the extent, we are seeing curtailments, the price for REC is going up at the time where, REC market is very tight. So that, keep that in mind as you prioritize this issue. To Fan, thank you for jumping in. I think that's the level of discussion we need to have about this specific topic. And one of the things I want to highlight is, if CAISO can bring different scenarios that we could optimize this, it would be really helpful because some of the projects are very, very complicated. You might have 8 solar projects behind the POI, 3 more storage that is co-located and multiple sub-ACC. So, when we start looking at solution, it will be ideal to look at, all the level of details. And developers have the ability to write controllers or to have controllers at the POI or at sub-ACC level. And if there are right incentives, different complicated logic can be implemented. So I'd really urge CAISO to look at all the scenarios, bring back, what are the problems, and then, dev community can go back and give you solutions, what's realistic, what can be solved, what's not. And, the challenge that we face is we have multiple parties who have finance projects. So we have to go back and explain to them why we are seeing curtailment. And this specific curtailment is very difficult to quantify and explain. So that's why, the urgency for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is all our questions. So I don't know if there's anything else for wrapping up, or if we can go over to Quinn's presentation. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add something really quick here. So first off, Rahul agreed. I think that was a fantastic conversation, and I really thank everyone for participating and thinking and engaging with this topic. These are the types of conversations that I look forward to continue having in this initiative as we are rolling this topic group in particular along too. And the idea, the thought about having scenarios, great thought. I think it's also something that it's not just CAISO bringing the scenarios. I think it's CAISO, working through these scenarios with stakeholders as well. And I think that to me is a very helpful conversation. As shown here, there's so much helpful feedback and so much knowledge across the stakeholder community and at CAISO. And I think it would be excellent to continue that moving forward. One other thing in terms of time check. So we had promised in prior meetings that we would give the new modification, the FRU, the flexible ramping product up award modification. We'd give that time for review, and we're going to keep to that schedule. What we'll make shorter is sort of my presentation on the discussion paper. I think we've had a lot of great discussion about some of the topics already via Tarajan's presentation, via some other stakeholder presentations, and via conversations that have taken place around that, right? So just a heads up, that's the plan for the rest of the day. And with that, Quinn, take it away.
Thank you, Dinesh. Just a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming in clear.
Cool. Perfect. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so as Dinesh just talked about, this is a quick review, first look at this enhancement we just activated not too long ago. Through the previous studies, California ISO has identified an issue in the FRP design where the impact on state of charge was not considered when flex ramping product was awarded to storage resources. And this becomes a problem when uncertainty materializes in the real time, but the battery resources carrying FRU awards do not have the state of charge to provide the extra capacity that we wanted to be. To address this, an enhancement was activated on June 3rd to better account for FRU impact and state of charge within the multi-interval optimization and to improve the efficiency of the FRP feature this summer. Today, we're just sharing the first initial performance review. We've had just a few weeks after activation, so this is the early result. We will be looking at some key metrics from the 15 days before and after activation. If you tune in the MPPF last Thursday, it will be the same numbers that you will be seeing today. Next slide, please. This is high-level formulation review. This change is included, by the way, in the market operations BPM if you need a refresher or a reference. Here is the formulation. So FRU variable that is highlighted in red was added to state of charge AT equation. That is the second equation showing on the screen. So SOC AT equation was introduced back in 2023, energy storage enhancement. The purpose was to manage the feasibility of regulation awards and not introduce a direct coupling of energy and AS by keeping it as a separate equation. So the first one is that state of charge energy only. The second one is state of charge AT, stands for attenuation factor. So with this enhancement, now the FRU term is added to this existing equation with regulation up and down. Next slide, please. We have a couple quick examples to illustrate how the numbers work. I'm not going to go into the details of the calculations on this page, but I'll just point out a few keys here. Here, we're looking at a 4-hour battery. Assume the Pmax, well, operating range from -200 to plus 200 Pmin to Pmax. State of charge goes from 0 to 800. And assume we're going into the hour with 50 megawatt-hour initial state of charge. And here in the table, we're looking at a feasible solution from market optimization perspective with all the constraints enforced. With energy megawatt, 40 hours per interval for the first 2 intervals, we're looking at a leftover space of 120 megawatts for FRU, with SOC AT constraints hitting SOC min of 0 at the end of the hour. So before this constraint was enforced with FRU, part of it, we would have, well, this resource would be able to pick up, say, 120 megawatt per interval for 2 intervals for the same intervals of the hour. But then because SOC AT now is enforced with FRU part of it, this 60 megawatt per interval for minute 30 and minute 45 will be the feasible solution and the maximum FRU we could support after the energy dispatch. Well, just a clarification, these two are co-optimized together. I'm just making observations with assuming energy is there already. Next page, please. Here is a little more complex example with reg up and reg down terms also in there. with attenuation factors as well. So if you walk through the equations on the second page, we just saw these numbers would work out. And I think we're missing a condition right here. So the charging efficiency for this example, for this resource is assumed to be 0.8. With that, the write down award would make sense with the SOC AT numbers. And let us know if you need more details on the examples offline. We can always follow up afterwards. Next page, please. All right. So now we're ready to look at some numbers from some statistics. We start by looking into the battery share in FRU procurement in RTPD. So RTPD has the majority of the flex procurement, and this is where the commitment happens. So we usually just zoom into the RTPD portion of FRP or FRP procurement. This trend, these are the daily trend, 15 days back, 15 days after activation. June 3rd is the activation around 2 p.m. or a little after 2 p.m. in the afternoon. So the first hour that we would expect to see some changes would be some time around RND 16, sorry. Yeah, 4 p.m. in the afternoon. That's what I wanted to say. So the overall daily distributions remain stable. We didn't see significant shift observed in this period yet. If we look at the daily distributions on the right, after activation, the 25th percentiles dropped slightly for some of the days, which make the box plots appear a little wider. This may also be influenced by typical day-to-day fluctuations as well. But yeah, that is the minor detail that we wanted to see here. Next slide, please. So going on to the daily average of FRU procurement by resource type. This is again a resource type breakdown in RTPD FRU procurement. Again, we're looking at 15 days window, comparison window before and after. Here the color codes are showing down at the bottom the batteries in light blue LESR, and then we have usually see gas showing up in dark blue, and then generic NGRs in gray, and water in another blue. So battery still is the main source here before and after activation. We didn't see a significant shift post-activation at this point. Next slide, please. A slightly different view with the same data. Here is 15-day average before and after on the hourly view. So x-axis is hours of the day, the y-axis is megawatt. We procure up to the requirement for the most part. So here, the procurement reflects the requirement hours of the day, and we didn't see much of a difference before after activation, but still batteries are supporting all hours of the day at this point. Next slide, please. Here is a different breakdown. So we're breaking down the procurement by region. California in dark blue, Central Mountain in gray, Pacific Northwest in yellow, and then Southwest in light blue. We did see a little bit of decrease in California procurement post-activation, and that gap is picked up mostly by Pacific Northwest, and some went into Southwest and Central Mountain. Next slide, please. To look at the trend a little more in detail, here is a heat map showing the distribution of battery share in FRU procurement by hours of the day and by trade date. So the y-axis have the dates listed, and the x-axis is hours of the day 1 through 24. The color code is on the right. Percentage share 100% in blue down to 50% in white and then 0% in red. So if we see at the cell combination, if we see a more red showing up or from a bluish color to white, that means it is a lower share of battery in FRU procurement. We did observe more red after activation in early morning hours through probably morning peak hours, and then these red colors or more white colors showing up evening peak hours through the end of the day. That is expected behavior because this SOC AT constraint would not bind if batteries have plenty of state of charge. In those hours that state of charge may be limited, then we start to see this constraint into effect. Next slide, please. To see that a little more, here is another region breakdown. So again, California in dark blue, we see that procurement from California slightly decreased in the same hours, early morning hours through morning peak, and then evening peak hours through the end of the day. That gap again is picked up from here mostly by Pacific Northwest. Next slide, please. So that was the monitoring on the megawatt side, or the share of battery side on the volume side. And we wanted to check if there's any price performance or shift of performance on the price side. So here we're looking at FRU prices on the resource level before and after activation. Each day has, these are supposed to be daily distributions of box plot, but because majority of the prices are zeros, we only see like a short dash line at the $0 line. So so before and after the activation, we did not see a significant shift in pricing impact. Majority of the values remain zero. Next slide, please. At the hourly level, we haven't seen a significant change either. So these are hourly distributions, essentially box plots that's becoming a dashed line at the $0 line before and after. So majority of the values, actually 75 percentiles, remain zeros pre and post activation. Next slide, please. That was the end of FRU monitoring. So we wanted to also see if there's any unexpected behaviors, adverse impact on the other products that are related. So the first one we wanted to check was FRD. Here is the battery share in FRD procurement before and after activation. These are daily distribution box plots for the period. We saw that the trend remained stable. We didn't see any unexpected behavior showing up here. Next slide, please. To look into it a little more on the FRD, because previously we looked at the trade date by hour heat map, we wanted to check the same thing here. Looks like before and after activation, the daily by trade date by hour trend looks stable and no significant shift. Next slide, please. And finally, FRD prices. So price signal remains minimum. We didn't see any huge behavior change before and after activation at this point. Next slide, please. After FRD, we wanted to check regulation, because regulation, reg down and reg up and reg down are in the same equation as FRU after this activation. This is hourly average awards, regulation awards to batteries before and after activation. So again, the before chart has a 15-day-ish average. After the after chart has a 15-day average after activation. The day off, some of the hours goes into the chart on the left, some of the other hours goes in the chart on the right. So we didn't see a significant trend change on the average regulation awards. Next slide, please. So here is another view. So this is a battery sharing regulation requirement before and after comparison. Trend looks similar. We were mostly at the 100% lines for the medians of the hourly distributions. There might be, let me put a note here. So after activation, the first box plot looks extremely wide. If you remember on the previous page, the average regulation awards remained in comparable ranges. And here the percentage share goes up just because the regulation requirement was low for that hour normally. And this behavior is considered as normal. Next page, please. Here is reg up prices. So these are reg up resource level prices to all the resources that got a non-zero reg up award. We didn't see any negative prices showing up, so that is good sanity check. Next slide, please. Same thing, we checked the battery share in reg down requirement, and the trend looks stable and as expected. Next slide, please. And finally, we're checking the reg down prices on the resource level. These again are the resource level prices to all the resources that had a non-zero reg down award. And the daily distributions look stable before and after activation. Next slide, please. Okay, that was the end of this section. So to conclude, early results following the June 3rd activation showed no significant change in overall procurement and price signals. Given this time of the year, we're not in tight supply conditions, prices are moderate. So this is a solid first look, I would say. So this feature works as intended, and we haven't seen any issues popping up, and then no negative impact observed on the other product after activation. So while we haven't seen any drastic changes yet, we'll continue to monitor the performance going into the summer. That is the end. Any questions, comments, feedbacks?
Yeah, we have a hand from Don.
Sure.
It's Don Trethewey from CISA. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I actually had a little different takeaway, but I do, first of all, thanks for the following up on this so quickly after it being implemented. And I recognize that there's only 20 days of data to look at, but I think we've seen this scenario before with the flexible ramping product, where we think we've solved the problem and we should start seeing, for instance, more instances of non-zero prices, and we continue to see non-zero prices. And I think that's what my takeaway was from looking at the first 20 days. And so I'm concerned that we still may not have cracked this problem with FRP. I understand that we were going to implement in the deployment scenarios contingencies in addition to the base case. And my sneaking suspicion is, since we saw the distribution of where FRP was being held, that we simply, rather than the market optimization used to be able to quickly identify storage resources without SOC, that it now just took a little longer time and found it in other areas behind deliverability constraints. So, I think to the extent that we do think that the performance of FRP is a reliability issue, which I think Dinesh argued pretty forcefully as part of these BPM changes, that I think this tells me we've got to keep looking at FRP, and we should really figure out when we can get in the additional constraints into the deployment scenarios as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you for the comment. Yeah, so let me clarify a little bit. So on the price signal part, this product itself has no bid, and because of that, it's priced based on opportunity cost. And if we want to, it only has a price if there is energy ramping constraint, right, for these resources. And then, if we were looking for a price signal showing up, one, the energy component, well, the energy prices needs to be there. And the other thing is, if we are procuring, we need the resources that have limited ramping. And if you look at the replacement, well, this is the very first look. So it's only June and we're not in the middle of the summer, nothing is tied yet. The replacement resource types, if we look at the resource combinations, a lot of the battery, well, we only see a slight decrease in the battery, first of all, and that was picked up by generic NGRs and then by water types, and these are the resources that have very high ramp limit. And for the most part, because of that, we haven't seen a strong price signal showing up. And also, yes, I agree. This is just part of the problem we're solving in FRP, and there are other aspects we need to follow up. And if you tune into the MPPF last Thursday, we shared 2 cases where the second cases were associated with battery performances, and the second case was an early April day. We saw $1,000 prices spiking up in RTD market alone. So that was exactly where FRP was not performing, and we hope to address majority of the problem from that case alone. And yeah, thank you for.
Yeah, I mean, I think, no, and like I said, I think to the extent that we thought that there was a significant reliability issue, you would have expected that not awarding to the storage resources, that you'd have to go to somebody with an opportunity cost potentially. And the fact that we didn't go to something with an opportunity cost, either the optimization found resources that weren't able to actually be deployed for FRP with no opportunity cost, in essence, just shifting it from the storage resources that weren't deliverable to other resources that weren't deliverable because they were under a transmission constraint, for example, that's not modeled. We still see, the zero prices, and I would have just expected that we would just see more non-zero prices, not basically status quo. But again, it is only 20 days, so there's some comfort there.
Yeah, we'll keep monitoring going into the summer, and we'll definitely give updates in the future, either MPPF or other forums.
And thank you for that question, Dom, and thank you, Quinn. I'm not seeing any other hands or any other questions in the queue. Okay. All right.
All right.
Thank you so much, Quinn. All right, let's go to the next slide. We're going to hand this over to Dinesh.
Great. Thanks, Quinn. Thanks, Elena. Also to add, in addition to having these types of presentations at the MPPF, we're hoping to continue this kind of format in the Storage Design and Modeling Initiative conversations as well. So if there's any feedback on Quinn's presentation, both in terms of content, but also in terms of what you are looking for in terms of monitoring, feel free to let us know, and we'll take that into consideration moving forward. So thank you very much. Okay, so moving on to the discussion paper. So for the rest of this meeting, we'll go through the 4 kind of major highlight topics. So high sustainable limit, market mitigation and DEBs, dynamic limits and ancillary services, and then also the distribution level storage resources, particularly focusing on charging constraints. So moving into high sustainable limit, next slide, please. So since the paper publishing, 2 clarifications have been made in the paper in relation to this section. So these were both on page 11 And the first one, made it clear that that the ISO is currently using telemetry-based persistence forecasting, but it has that sort of time lag between data and inclusion in the operations forecasting that Leisha had discussed earlier today. And specifically, improving the quality of the HSL, the high sustainable limit quality, will help us use the HSL-based persistence forecasting, which will enable more accurate that 5-minute short-term variable energy resource forecasts. So the second clarification is around what is included in HSL and not included in HSL. So electrical losses are included in our calculations in the calculations of HSL, and that's something that we just wanted to make clear in the paper as well. Okay, so diving into the presentation, I will say it's this fun thing that we've had excellent discussions about these topics, and a lot of the paper was the purpose was to provide fundamentals to make sure everyone could participate and everyone could engage with the topics at hand. So, going into a little bit of history behind the high sustainable limit. So this became a requirement for hybrid variable energy resource, or VER, components and co-located VERs in that hybrid resources initiative from 2021. And the purpose is to calculate the instantaneous generating capacity of a variable resource, separating it from any sort of supplemental dispatches, operating instructions, ancillary services, just looking at that generating capacity. Next slide, please. So, as Leisha had mentioned, the HSL is used for both forecast training and also for operational forecasting. And it's something that is very desirable for the ISO, given the benefit of using that HSL persistence-based forecasting, as Leisha had mentioned earlier. So hybrid VER components are not eligible for persistence forecasting. This is specific to co-located resources due to the fact that hybrid resources are more self-optimizing, whereas co-located, the ISO is providing that forecast and sort of providing that optimization per resource. However, for hybrid resources, the HSL is useful for the ISO to determine whether conditions for market power exist and whether there is potential for resources to be abusing sort of their positioning. Next slide, please. So, as mentioned, ISO cannot use this HSL-based persistence forecasting, and the ISO also, cannot use that HSL data to monitor hybrid resources in the same way. If we had a more reliable indicator for HSL for resources. So therefore, the guiding principle here is the ISO seeks ways to ensure high quality HSL data reporting. Potentially this could come through direct BPM guidance developed through this initiative and developed by the ISO. The ISO is also open to other potential solutions or other potential ideas around how we can improve the quality of this data. Next slide, please. And so then moving on to discussion questions. We already had a fair bit of discussion. I know, this is a long meeting. Thanks everyone for sticking with us as well. But, and some of these also came up at the Thursday MPPF, which I found very interesting as well. So questions about like what, the ISO has a certain perspective on things, but stakeholders and sort of resource operators and resource owners have another perspective that is very valuable to the conversation. And one of those is what would actually help your resources submit timely and accurate HSL data to the ISO? And is this something that is systemic, or is this a bunch of individual case by case issues that you are finding add up to something that looks systemic from the ISO's perspective? And then, I heard on Thursday, I believe it was PG&E had mentioned, Alva had mentioned that maybe there are VER resources where this is also important for them and not just co-located VERs. Are there other stakeholders that the ISO should ensure are made aware of these discussions and make sure that they're kind of enveloped in for these conversations? Okay, I'll pause there for a couple minutes to see if anyone has any feedback. We're also happy to take this as written feedback as well. But the space is open for conversation.
Okay, Dinesh, there are no hands currently.
Okay, cool. So we'll keep on moving then. Okay, so next, talking about market mitigation and default energy bids for hybrid resources. So a little bit of background here. I know that TerraGen covered some of these points and some of this and we had some of this conversation earlier in the day around their presentation. Thank you very much, Chris, for that. Just a little bit of background about market mitigation in general. The ISO mitigates the tariff definition is the ISO mitigates the market effects of conduct that would distort competitive outcomes while avoiding unnecessary interference with competitive price signals. That's the goal. And it's defined out in 4 categories of potential abuses. And that's physical withholding, economic withholding through bids, for example, transmission constraint manipulation. So manipulating the production of a resource in order to bind a transmission constraint to make money off of that transmission constraint. That would be an example of that kind of manipulation. And also bidding practices to distort outcomes or gain uplift. So things like bid cost recovery that we've been talking about. And we have been talking about as a community through a lot of last year as well. So for most resources, the ISO caps bids at the resource specific depth, right? So the ISO says, oh, we think that we have concerns about potential market power, and therefore we want to make sure that we have a competitive outcome. And so we will cap the bids at a resource specific DEB. And the goal of that DEB is to approximate what the marginal cost for providing that generation is, right? So, and that's the competitive outcome that underlies a lot of the market logic and decision making, for lack of a better word. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I just went over this slide, and then let's go one more slide, please. Thank you very much. Okay, great. So now, with that in mind, currently we don't have market power mitigation for hybrid resources, nor is there an existing DEB design. In the Hybrid Resources Initiative, there were a couple lines that stated that there weren't that many hybrid resources at the time. This is something that would be developed in the next tranche of enhancements. And in the meantime, the ISO would rely on monitoring the HSL bids and outage data for abuses of market power, with the ultimate goal of reporting identified cases to FERC with proposed mitigation measures or other sort of consequences. Now, this is a bit of a tricky question, right? Because how do you, when you have multiple components that are one resource, what is the marginal cost, right? and that's the conversation that you know, I think there are some stakeholders who have expressed that they're itching to get to, and this is where this topic is going, is to identify a potential DEP or some sort of market mitigation measure that ensures that hybrids get that hybrids can be mitigated, but also approximate that hybrids marginal costs to meet the goals of market power mitigation as a whole. And that middle bullet, to be clear, hybrids are still required to bid their full fuel dependent capacity, just like other resources. Okay, so far we've heard from a few different stakeholders so far about this topic in terms of comments, written comments and verbal comments. Thank you very much for the feedback feeding into this paper. So one of the questions at hand is, do we have some sort of near-term solution as well as a long-term solution, right? So one stakeholder had proposed that we have the storage DEB as the proxy DEB for hybrid resources with the storage component, with the thinking that a lot of hybrid resources are VERs or a combination of a VER and a battery, right? And oftentimes the marginal cost for a VER is not very high, right? You know, solar is the fuel, wind is the fuel, right? The marginal cost for the battery is significant. And therefore, by having the storage DEB as the proxy DEB, that provides a general good way to mitigate in the time being until a longer term solution is developed. Now, with that being said, you know, we're also looking to have conversations around the storage DEB in general, right? So that's something that is also in the mind of how do we line up this near term with the fact that we're also going to have another conversation and related conversation, an important conversation, but also distinctly different conversation about the storage DEB in general. Secondly, we received feedback that the hybrid DEB should allow, whatever the hybrid DEB is for that long-term hybrid DEB, it should allow bidding above the soft offer cap. And this is per last year's changes to the soft offer bid cap that was conducted, I believe, last spring. Finally, there was also one stakeholder requested that we discuss dynamic limits in coordination with efforts to develop hybrid resource DEB formulation or apply mitigation measures. I believe that was Terragen, and Terragen had brought that up today with the added explanation, or included with an explanation that you know, specific towards SOC management, right? Can dynamic limits be used for that SOC management, and therefore how does that interplay into this whole conversation about DEBs and mitigation?
So, okay, and we do have a hand from Alda from earlier as well.
Okay. I'll get to the discussion questions. I'll be quick, and then we'll take that hand. So moving on to guiding principles, at least from the ISO's perspective, you know, first pass at this. And again, we're looking for additional guiding principles if that's something that you all have, that you think that need to be added in. That's something that would be appreciated both here and in written comments. So we're seeking a fair hybrid DEB, right? And that properly accounts for the marginal costs and ensures that resources are getting the correct amount of their bids are being mitigated to the correct level. At the same time, you know, the hybrid resources have unique aspects like the high sustainable limit and the dynamic limits that could be opportunities, could be things to think about as we develop this DEB. And then finally, as I had mentioned, you know, making sure that we're in alignment across topic groups There's a lot of conversations on a lot of topics happening in this initiative, and making sure that we, even as we have them as two separate conversations, making sure that we keep that in mind. Okay, so some of the discussion questions. So we got feedback that the long-term solution should ensure bidding above the soft offer cap. To me, that seems reasonable, and I think it's a question of, are there stakeholders who are concerned about this, right? And if that's so, good time to speak up about it. And then the other thing is also this near-term question. What is this storage dev as a proxy? How does that sit with you all? Is this something that there are concerns about as well? Right. Otherwise, this to me also seems a reasonable approach moving forward. And then finally, a question about prioritization and dependencies, right? So, if we're having this conversation and we're having this storage dev topic, and there's also things that are changing over there, and then, there's kind of this weaving and interplay, how much of a priority should this topic be, and where does that fit in the stack, right? And this is also a question to ask about the other topics as well, is where do all these topics, both the ones that are in the discussion paper and the ones like the co-located best and var follow dot flag, where do these topics fit in terms of prioritization, right? Are these things that are important, and if so, why? And having that sort of whole community approach, and making sure we're hearing everybody's concerns, that is something that's very valuable to us. Okay, with that, Alva, thank you very much for your patience. Go for it.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes. Yep.
Great. Could you, by the way, you did, your slides weren't advanced, so I didn't see the questions. But I'm still on slide 59, I think it is over here. But
yeah, I'm sorry about that. So
no worries.
I'll pause you for like 1 second then. So okay, could we advance one slide?
We're currently on slide 50. Let's see.
Yeah, if we could move to 51, that'd be great. So I'm just now showing what I essentially just talked through. So we had a bit of stakeholder feedback, and then the next slide, please.
And are you available?
Okay, perfect. So then guiding principles, and then next slide, please. Discussion questions. Awesome. All right. Thank you very much for that catch, Alva.
Sure. And so basically, I think I would have to defer to Chris or people like that on this, but I had 2 points. One is just in general, I think, it's the battery that can exert market power, and so therefore its marginal discharge cost is going to be what should be mitigated, if anything. It should look just like a storage deb. It seems to me like if that's a principle that you were able to go forward with, you would just simply make that explicit, so that whatever changes were made in the storage deb the same change would be made in the hybrid deb. The thing to be careful of is what if any are the differences in terms of how it's calculated, but I think essentially the positive portion of the bid curve in both cases is considered to be the discharge bid, and so it can be mitigated in exactly the same way, and then simply making sure that the bid is monotonic is the same thing that you do in both cases. So I don't see why you'd need to wait on this until after some more, potentially there are other changes that will be made in the storage deb, yes, but in the meantime, to me, they're essentially the same beast. The other question I did want to ask, though, was I just wondered if you'd be willing, or somebody would be willing, to talk about it, or maybe on another occasion. I found it a little curious that the high sustainable limit is discussed in terms of market power mitigation. or market power. I mean, I can certainly see it as something where you're essentially trying to validate whether people are conforming to the tariff. In other words, are they bidding something that they have? If you believe they're not bidding everything that they have, you can find that you can find out behavior about their bids that are not conforming to what their tariff requirements are. But I don't see it as having very much to do with market power. And every time that this has been brought up, or at least last week and today, that's been the discussion that the high sustainable limit is used to detect market power. So I was wondering if somebody could explain that to me.
Yeah, great question, Alva. So this was something that was mentioned back in the hybrid initiative as well, where, you know, what in the same conversation about where there's no hybrid debt being developed, it was also mentioned that we'd use all that data. So that HSL and the telemetry data and the bid data, the idea is that by having these multiple different data points, we can, you know, we can use it to look and cross-reference with each other, right? To ensure that what's coming out is what we're hearing is coming out, right? Where to ensure that, you know, that's the point of it, right? Is a cross-reference point. So it's not just
that makes total sense. I just think that for describing it in terms of market power, as opposed to just a check on the validity of the bids, it makes me look for something specifically to do with market power, and it doesn't seem like it has very much to do with that. It's not. I mean, it could be economic withholding. Even economic withholding is very hard to just characterize as market power. It's what it is. It's economic withholding. So I just would ask you to look and see if it is really market power that you're talking about there, just to be clear about what it's being used for. I mean, I'm certainly happy to see CAISO take that data in and use it if they think there's a problem. But would it be a problem of market power would be my question. Maybe it is, but I just couldn't get my head around it. So.
Yeah, that's a good question. My current sense is that, you know, it is that comparison of bids, right? Because otherwise, if there's no DEB, there's no estimation of marginal cost. You know, what can we compare it to in terms of, is there economic withholding? And if we're building a case, right, against an entity, against a resource that we think may be exercising market power in ways that don't align with our tariff, this is the type of data that's important for building that case, right? So
you would be looking for economic withholding is essentially what you're.
Yes. And that's and now on the flip side, right, if our high sustainable limit data, right, if we have concerns about the high sustainable limit data, it's hard to use it as a check, right? Because we don't trust it necessarily, right? Or at least for
since you're also providing the forecast, yeah.
So for resources, for some resources, right? There are resources that are submitting high sustainable limit data and it's consistently good, and that's very much appreciated by the forecasting team. To be clear, right? There are also some resources that it's not so clear, right, in terms of quality.
But it's still hard to imagine in my mind how you would actually show that the high sustainable limit would really show something like this. I'm not asking you to like tell me off the top of your head. I just would like to get a better idea of how it's actually used. And in my mind, like I said, I think your description of it as being a check on the validity of the bids or looking for economic withholding, I could see those as, and I'd just like to see it written down that way rather than as, I just don't get the market power piece of it. That's all.
Okay. Noted. I will take this back to the team and then we'll come back with a more detailed description there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a hand from Chris Devon as well.
Hey there, this is Chris from Terrigen. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Dinesh, Elva, for the discussion. I think I have a lot of thoughts, so I don't want to belabor this too long here. But let me try to get into it and give some useful feedback. So, I think we have a lot of concerns with this, just in general, as far as like trying to mitigate hybrids. I mean, as a baseline, it's not that simple. It's just simply more complex than applying the storage deb, I think, for a lot of reasons. But let me try to explain. So, first off, I think kind of going through the guiding principles piece to get some feedback on that. I mean, we definitely believe that we should be able to bid above the soft offer cap and other storages triggered under 831 conditions. The whole effort we went through last year, we were pretty disappointed that that was not applied to hybrids. We have the dynamic limit tool, so we can potentially have some flexibility around avoiding premature depletion that would occur. But right now we're subject to that impact. And that's why we really need that clarification that we talked about on managing SOC and trying to avoid the premature depletion of resources, particularly if we can't bid over 1,000 when others are bidding over 1,000. Now that doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, we would be the first, quote unquote, storage related units that would be depleted by the market because we'd be selected first in the bid stack if others were able to bid above 1,000. So I think that's an absolute part of this that needs to happen if we are going to go forward with this. I think our general position is that we don't believe that hybrids should be mitigated because it's too complicated as a general statement. And really, I think we need to add a guiding principle here that's related to the fact that these resources generally are grid charging restricted, and or consideration of grid charging ability or something along those lines needs to be included here. To kind of explain that a little bit more, I think the storage deb is based, the energy component of that is based off of the charging energy and discharging energy. And I think if you're looking at these batteries in the hybrid resource, like it makes sense just at a level theory. Like I can agree with the marginal cost concepts that Elva was mentioning that Dinesh was describing. But when you think about how is CAISO going to calculate that for these? It's not that straightforward, especially if you have, if you have a regular, resource that has a negative 100 Pmin and 100 Pmax, and it's not grid charging restricted, and then you have those hours and you see that when it's charging and discharging in the market, then that's all fine and well, and you could probably apply this, standard storage deb in a normal way, right? But we have nearly 1,000 megawatts that are grid charging restricted that has a 0 Pmin. It cannot be charged by the grid. So we have to make this decision to, try to manage these resources and the, SOC and using the solar output and the battery charging and battery discharging and have all of that, fluctuating during the day and trying to meet AS awards and constrain the resource and manage the SOC in the way that the CAISO market does that with the constraints and the optimization horizon. And so what happens, I think, if we were to add in this storage deb is it's overly simplifying all of those approaches. I don't think you're going to be able to get that right cost basis on the opportunity cost of the energy impact into the deb appropriately. I think it's going to be hard. You're going to have to look at the charging telemetry or something. It would be a whole additional complex process that CAISO would have to build out to do that appropriately. You can't just look at the optimization in the day ahead and say, oh, look, yeah, you're charging during those periods. It's like we would actively manage within the output of the solar resource and charging and discharging the battery. So it's like a constant fluctuation. The SOC is moving up and down throughout the day. You don't really know what part of it is coming from the battery or what coming from the solar. And CAISO designed hybrids in that way to not care where it is coming from effectively during the actual delivery of energy. It's just treated like a dispatchable resource. So all this is to say that this is not very easy. I do not think we should be doing a simplified near-term approach just because folks want to apply mitigation to hybrids. You need to really think hard about how is this going to work and what's the reality of the actual resources on the grid and how they're operated, because this is simplifying it too much, and I think it's going to create bad result. What happens if we have ancillary service awards on these, and then the CAISO market mitigates, or the CAISO mitigates us, and then the market takes that lower price and starts to discharge us, and then we can't meet those ancillary service awards later because we've been depleted. Now we have a AS buyback, or we have to put in outages and can't follow AGC or something. Then we get blocked from providing AS. There's a lot of things that could happen that are pretty negative outcomes in our view that this could lead to. And so that's the other reason why we have to include a consideration of the dynamic limits and the SOC management as pieces of this if we're going to get mitigated. And we don't have the ability to then go in and say, hey, hold on, we have periods later where we have to protect these awards. This mitigation is going to inappropriately, deplete our resource SOC too soon. We need to have a clear-cut ability to manage that outcome because it's supposed to be under our control as the SC of the hybrid resources. So, this is, CAISO's treating this as command and control, like we're going to be trying to manipulate things, Terrigen, we don't participate in CRRs. We're not trying to manipulate things here. We're not trying to be withholding energy. We're trying to provide a conservative and helpful, reliable service to the grid, maximizing our, economics, maximizing our renewable production, renewable energy credit production, and shifting the use of the energy into the times when it's most efficient and most reliable and uses the interconnection, the capabilities that we have here in a most efficient manner possible. So CAISO and DMM and others should be coming at this in a view of hybrids are acting in a manner that's the most flexible and the most reliable, and we're trying to do that in a conservative way. We're not trying to manipulate the outcomes here, and we use the dynamic limit in a way to ensure reliable outcomes, not to try to game the system or not to try to manipulate outcomes. So that is really important to try to come at it from that lens, in our opinion. And I think that's the kind of messaging that I would have here. And I, think through that whole grid charging restricted thing, because I don't think it's so simple as just applying the storage DEB here. It's not going to work out very well with the calculations. I don't think. I don't know exactly how you would calculate that. You'd have to, know what our, solar production costs would be, or maybe you can use the LMPs. I just don't know. I'm trying to think through it. And it seems like there's a lot of complexity that's getting lost here, glossed over potentially. So I have some major concerns with this whole effort. But I think I've, soapbox enough here. Let me pause with that and see if there's any reactions. And, obviously we'll put this in our written feedback as well.
Oh, I think
Chris,
I think that was a great soapbox. Sir, here, you want to jump in first?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple of things, a couple of follow-ups there quickly. The first one is, I think what I hear you say, Chris, is if there is mitigation for hybrid resources, then the best potential DEV to develop would be one that considers particularly I think the most prominent issue you raised was the charging restriction that this hybrid resources face as opposed to standalone storage.
That's right.
I definitely don't disagree with that. I think that including that is very important to get, let's say, like a correct estimation of the DEV. I do think that the way that the storage DEV is set up might allow us to think about how to think of the parameters on that case where the PMIN is 0, and we can take this back and prepare some form of example to stimulate discussion around it. But I guess my question is, if moving in the direction of starting with thinking about the storage DEV as a starting point that can be tweaked, that can be enhanced, if that allows for hybrid resources to then be able to bid above the soft offer cap because, now we have this framework. Even if we keep, enhancing and improving that for hybrid resources, does that sound like a path forward, or would you instead prefer, let's say, that we create, in general, a kind of like take a step back, create a new dev for hybrid, even if that kind of delays a little bit the access to the bidding flexibility? Because I think that is an important kind of trade-off to think of, especially since, I think particularly that charging limitation is kind of the key difference. But the others, it seems to me that we can modify or take as a starting point the storage tab to think about it. But I just wanted to pose that to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sergio. I don't know if I can answer for sure like what we would prefer here. I have to take that back. But realistically, I mean, it's going to be all up to like this ability to manage things with the SOC, manage the SOC with the dynamic limits and that discussion. I mean, that's why we keep highlighting that so robustly and saying like this needs to be discussed again. Like if you guys go forward, if CAISO decides to go forward and add this storage dead concept here, like I said, I think it's going to be problematic for the grid charging ones. And so then we really would need to have that ability to manage and kind of mitigate the mitigation, if you will. I mean, I don't want to say it like that, but I mean, there's going to be times where it messes us up and it messes up the outcomes. And if you think about a standalone storage, that DEB is actually going to be better protected there because now the SOC is managed by the CAISO and the constraint is in the CAISO market. And so even if you get prematurely depleted, if you have other awards for AS later, then the market protects against that. And it will say, no, you're going to be held harmless from this. It's not going to deplete you too soon because the constraint is there. For this dispatchable hybrid, it's not there. So now we have an AS award later. We get DEB, mitigated down to the DEB like a storage resource. And then now the market isn't protecting us. And so now we have to have that ability to protect ourselves with the dynamic limit. So that is the key. I mean, it all hinges on how you guys treat this dynamic limit thing. We have to have that robust discussion on, does the dynamic limit really, truly, is it okay to be used for this state of charge management? I think CAISO should say yes in this case if we're going to apply these. It simply has to allow us to do that. And then the other thing I would just say is like, let's say we go forward and we, design the whole thing and, we can wait and not have this bidding above the soft offer cap thing applied for a year or whatever, next summer, 2 summers, or however long it takes to actually implement this thing. Well, then we should be able to use the dynamic limits in those cases to manage the SOC to avoid the premature depletion because the pricing isn't reflective of the actual opportunity cost for our resources. So again, it comes back to the dynamic limit discussion. So that's why this whole thing around these resources, it's all about the dynamic limits. I mean, that is the point that we really need to get to. And like, that's where it's unfortunate because we've got to a point where it's unclear. It seemed like it was clear when we first started these discussions in 2020. And then over time, without it being in a real public state, stakeholder discussion, it kind of evolved and now has become somewhat more opaque. And I think that's where we're trying to highlight and say, let's have this discussion. Is it okay? And if it's not okay, then we're going to have to think about what is the benefit of these resources. We have reasons why we have to have these hybrid designs because of tax exemption or tax credits and because of the rules about grid charging that are associated with those things. And the way that we have designed how the dynamic limit thing works is to make sure we have feasible dispatches. And, then what extends from that is feasible market outcomes, including the SOC management. And so, it was approved by FERC. We should really think about what the intent behind this is. And if CAISO is still going to allow these resources to be part of the market model and participate in the way they do, then I think we need to be more clear cut about that dynamic limit, treatment and application. Again, kind of all the same things we talked about earlier. So sorry to keep hitting on it so hard, but that's why this is so important. And that was like kind of our final point we made in our presentation as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
And then Alva, is that a new hand or is that a existing hand?
Yes, it's a new hand. Just
Oh,
a quick response on Chris's comments. First, I am entirely in agreement with him on the dynamic limit tool, and I think the CAISO should just at least provisionally make a determination that it's acceptable to use for this purpose. I don't understand why they haven't already made that move. As he pointed out, it was part of the original design, and if there are problems with it, those should be, and analyzed over time by DMM. But I don't see this as something that's inconsistent with the way this model was defined. However, I don't really agree with him on the DEB, the difference in the DEB. I think the storage DEB really is and should be driven by the opportunity cost of discharge. The charge is almost irrelevant. I mean, if you look at a calculation when the charging prices on the grid are negative, you're going to come up with that portion of the DEB calculation is going to be zero. And that in general, it shouldn't even be, the DEB should not be motivated by the charging costs, especially because these are resources that are only meant to cycle once a day, over a period of time. If the discharge opportunity cost is too low, then it needs to be, that's a portion of the DEB calculation for the battery as well as the hybrid that needs to be addressed, because I think in general it should be pretty high. But I don't see the difference between the two resources on the discharge side. And I think that's really where the DEB is meaningful. It's the opportunity cost of discharge on a 4-hour battery that we're trying to get at. And it's exactly the same, animal in both cases. So that was my comment. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that comment, Alva. I think that, yeah, some of the stuff that I was, I agree with you, Alva. My personal opinion is the same, is that discharge is also important in terms of the element of the storage DEB. I just wanted to also make sure that, I understood correctly or so that we captured correctly the different points here from you, Chris. So first off, the first one is to, your perspective on this is that a guiding principle should definitely be that hybrid resources would, if there's mitigation from a DEB, that there would be the ability to bid above the soft offer cap, like other storage resources. And then the second thing is, in terms of questions to think about, one is to think about whether resources that are grid charging restricted have a different or have different marginal costs and opportunity costs than resources that aren't. And if so, what are the implications of that when potentially designing a DEB? And then the third point was also to make sure that we look at what happens with ancillary services, and to ensure that if there's a mitigation point to take, if the resource is mitigated but then can't meet the ancillary services later, what happens then? I'm just thinking off the cuff here. That I think these are really interesting concepts. And I guess my question for you is that the correct way of capturing what you were trying to convey?
Can we unmute Chris Evans?
Yeah, hey, thanks. Yeah, good discussion. So, Dinesh, I would say, yeah, for the first two for sure. And then I tend to think the ancillary service one, that was kind of just an example more so than a guiding principle. I think that was kind of trying to just hit home on the point about that I was kind of getting at with the Sergio discussion about how it's different from just a standard storage unit where the market has that constraint, the AS constraint applied, and then we're not able to necessarily manage the SOC if we get mitigated and in the same way that the market is managing it, unless we have that ability to do it through a dynamic limit. And so that's where, I think maybe I would modify that slightly and say, another guiding principle is, consideration of dynamic limit clarifications for SOC management must be included if we're gonna, mitigate hybrids here. And then just before I finish, I would say, Elva, as always, calling me out on my, points here and arguments in a very principled and knowledgeable way. Fair point about the discharging side here. I think the only thing I would say to that is I tend to agree, and Dinesh agreed as well. So fair point. But I do think that the opportunity cost can be, even greater if we can't manage that SOC now, and the constraint isn't actually going to manage it for us like it does for a standard storage unit. And so, because then we're actually going to be depleted even sooner than those ones would potentially, depending on how the real-time market sees the prices start to, formulate and excursion from the day ahead time frame in the real time. So that would be why I think it's a little bit different, but fair point. And I think the main takeaway from us here is like either approach. If you're going to go with the simplified storage depth, then you really need to let us use the SOC management dynamic limit concept, or if you're going to keep it how it is and keep us below the soft offer cap and that triggers, and again, let us use the dynamic limit tool. Then we can mitigate these things like how the market would do it for a standalone in a similar way at least. So I think that's kind of my my final thoughts here on all that. But Elva makes a good observation as always. Thanks.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for that, Chris. I also wanted to just flag this for everyone that there was a message in the chat from Bob Cott, who had said that our operations representatives replied regarding this question about managing SOC with the dynamic modeling tool, and stated that the preference is to use outage cards. That said, managing SOC could mean different things to different people, so this is a general response recognizing that OMS does a better job of managing resource constraints. Thank you very much for that, Bob. This is something that I think we will also need to take back and consider a little bit more carefully as a team before we come up with ISO response to the SOC dynamic limits for SOC management question. Okay, great. Rahul, I believe I saw a hand from Rahul.
Yeah, let's go to Rahul and then Deb. I'm sorry, and then Chris Tevin.
Hi, and this is Rahul from AES. A couple of follow-ups. So, hybrid model is prevalent across maybe different ISO RTOs. I haven't seen what all the other ISO RTOs do for Deb, so that would be good to know if CAISO staff could look into that. And then, from a grid charging restriction perspective, does CAISO have an opinion on how you would think the opportunity cost of charging from on-site solar, which is a limited resource compared to grid, which could be considered infinite? Would there be a possibility of thinking through, how do you add cost to on-site solar? And it's not the producing the cost of solar, it's the limit on the amount of solar. And the way I think about this is, when you think of large hydro plants where they're trying to optimize across seasons, their depth can be very different from someone that's an infinite fuel supply. So I don't have clear ideas of how to implement these, but those are the things that I am trying to answer. And I don't know, maybe Chris and Alva have thought about this much longer than I have. But those are the things we would include in our comments.
Thank you, Rahul. I'll hop in on this one quickly. So in terms of the benchmarking across ISOs, we can take that back and come back with an answer. I would be pleasantly surprised if we find something helpful across other ISOs, to my personal opinion, to be honest. But, we can do that benchmarking exercise. We'll get it done. And then your second point, what was your second point again? Oh, I think we lost him. I think you're on mute
Yeah, I
again.
can- Sorry, I muted myself. The second thing was, for any hybrid resource that has grid charging restriction, the fuel supply that it has to charge itself is limited, right? So going back to if the resource gets mitigated and discharged before it tries to meet its day-ahead award, once it's done, you can no longer replace it. So that's different from a storage resource which can charge from the grid. So I would think it would need a different kind of opportunity cost than a standalone storage. Like that's my rationale of thinking why you need a different depth for grid charging hybrid.
Noted.
If
Thank
I
you.
may chime in here
go
real
for it,
quickly, Dinesh. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that difference. I would note, however, that the current storage dev, it's assuming a single cycle per day. We're calculating the cost of charging at the lowest consecutive period of hours necessary for the resource to fully charge. And then we're calculating its expected, its opportunity cost to discharge at the fourth highest priced hour, right? So for a resource that is not able to charge from the grid, we would still assume that it needs to fully charge, and its cost would be even less than that of the standalone resource. And then we would still assume that it would try to discharge its stored energy in the hours of the highest value, right? Yeah. So our current dev, in a way, is not that far off from what a resource that can only do a single cycle a day because it cannot charge from the grid can do. In a way, I would say that it's more likely that it merits a full revision how we apply this to standalone resources, right? Because we know for a fact that they are not necessarily utilized as a single cycle in a given day, right? So, I think those are the variables that we get to reimagine and think how to modify. But the dev itself that we've heard from some stakeholders could serve as a starting point is already kind of set up to consider, what's the cost of charging and then what's my opportunity cost of selling, and it's not thinking that there's more than one cycle out there.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point, Sergio. Yeah, I'll think through. Okay. Thank you.
And
we'll think it through too.
Yes, we're all doing our thinking, and this is great. One other question, actually, a question for you, Sergio, about that. I mean, like it is one thing to say, okay, yes, there's a limitation due to grid charging restrictions, right? In terms of the batteries can't charge from the grid. In terms of what the actual cost, quote unquote, cost of that solar resource should be, I mean, is there not some sort of aspect of where it could also be linked up with the opportunity cost of just sending the solar out to the grid rather than even the marginal cost of producing the solar? So it's actually...
I would disagree with that in a hybrid resource, because in a hybrid resource, the SC has the control of that decision. So their decision of using this energy to charge another component of the hybrid resource is their own, right? It's not like the market would have instead taken them. That was a part of their determination, and also in this sense, it also simplifies the dev. So I think that both of those, like that consideration, is something to think about. But then again, we're just talking about this. This is the sort of conversation we want to stimulate. So maybe we can go back to the hands and get to the other topics, since we're again running out of time. So I'll pause here. Thank you.
Yes. No. Yeah. Thank you. I was going to next say keeping an eye on time. So let's take these last couple comments. and then move it towards the other two topics to wrap out.
Hey, Chris Devon here again from TerraGen. Good discussion. I just wanted to clarify a couple thoughts. So, what Rahul was getting at was kind of my initial argument here about why it's maybe not as good to do the standard storage deb here. But I think between Alva and Sergio's points, I think I tend to agree that you could probably apply it, and it would reflect the discharge opportunity cost in a fair way, fair enough way, especially if you're able to have the dynamic limit concept that we mentioned. So that leads me into what I kind of want to respond to the ops point in the chat, but just one clarifying point, Sergio and Dinesh, and then everybody should be aware that the hybrids can cycle more than one time per day. I mean, there's no limit to how much they could actually truly be used, and so there are times when we are often discharging in the morning. There's a morning ramp now, right, and morning price spikes, and we have leftover SOC potentially, particularly if there's like a kind of a softer evening peak than we expected in the prior day. We have some SOC leftover going into the morning, actually, right, overnight, and so we can then discharge and use the batteries, and then charge them up fully that whole day, and then discharge them again later. So it's not just a single cycle resource. We got to be aware of that, and it is more like a dispatchable resource in a lot of ways at times. So just a point there to think about. I don't know if that changes the discussion that much on the storage deb being applied or not, but it's maybe not just that straightforward. So just a quick clarification there. And then, the point that I see about from ops in the chat, I mean, I just think that is, with all due respect, it's very unfortunate to see that put in there. The position that managing SOC is should be done with outage cards as a preference. I mean, that does not comport with the design of hybrid resources or the intent of the model. And this is the problem that we're now running into. That so ops has pushed CAISO, and legal has pushed CAISO into doing this approach where we're not allowed to use dynamic limits to manage SOC. It's not correct, because while the outage cards reflect the true resources physical capability, the dynamic limit can be used in a much more appropriate manner to manage the SOC. You cannot manage the SOC appropriately with outage cards. That is an inappropriate use of outage cards. You're only supposed to put in an outage if it's a physical outage. So this statement from ops is misfounded. I don't know. It's not appropriate to be saying that, I don't think, because we're essentially saying that you should put in an incorrect outage card. If we needed to use our bids and outage cards, it's going to cause us to be prematurely depleted or put in outages that are not true representations of physical limitations on the resources. I mean, if we have to wait until it's fully depleted and then put in an outage, and we can't use the dynamic limits in advance of that, then we end up getting a situation where it takes 30 to 45 minutes for the market to then replace that resource after it flows through. So I don't think that's a reliable outcome either. I mean, so it would be best if we could use dynamic limits and manage the SOC with the dynamic limits. I mean, that is the bottom line in our position. I just wanted to hit that point one more last time in response to that, ops position, which I think needs to be reevaluated.
Thank you very much for that feedback, Chris. Oh boy. Okay. So Oliver, Rahul, let's keep it quick, and then we'll move on to the next topic.
Okay. One is, I think we could at least maybe look at the point raised by the operators as saying they have a real issue. And I agree with Chris on the dynamic limit tool, but I think there's a need to figure out how to make that something that's acceptable to the operators in order for that to work. So I think hopefully it's a collaboration there, because I think Chris is basically right, but I think we need to make sure that the operators can live with whatever gets done here. I just wanted to also say, in terms of how hydro debs are calculated, and sort of mapping to what Sergio was saying, that maybe there's thinking of this in terms of that there's a usage plan And maybe that's what a hybrid needs. It could be that batteries in general need that ultimately, but Hydro Resources essentially put in a usage plan on a monthly basis to CAISO, and that's the basis on which the Hydro DEB is calculated. And as Sergio pointed out, the usage plan for a battery, where our battery is very formalized right now, it's just one cycle per day. Perhaps that's not appropriate. Ultimately, maybe we need to think more in terms of, just doing something more similar to hydro, and those usage plans then get vetted, and there's an after the fact review as well as a before the fact review. Maybe that's a better context for calculating these opportunity cost DEBs in general. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rahul. Oh, did you still have a comment, Rahul, or no? Take that as a no. All right. Cool. Any last comments before we move on from this topic? All right. Great discussion, everyone. Really appreciate all the comments and the feedback. I learned a lot. Next slide, please. So dynamic limits and ancillary services. So this was something that Chris had also covered a little bit earlier today. So we'll move quickly through this so we have time for that distribution level resource topic at the end. So next slide, please. So what are dynamic limits? Very basic fundamentals here, or I guess not very basic, but fundamentals. It's the optimization by the hybrid resource components that is done by the resource operator. And then this is something that the operator then tells the ISO that this is the economic window for dispatch instructions that the hybrid resource is available for. And that also needs to include both economic and operational capabilities per the tariff. So next slide, please. So this is something that is updated every 5 minutes. It's a 6-hour window. It's stated in the BPM that there are 4 common scenarios for this, right? Ambient unavailability of renewable generation due to lack of fuel, unavailability due to state of charge, and reflect on-site charging. And those are strictly defined, and whether or not that includes the SOC management as a applicable use of dynamic limits is something that's been part of this discussion, is adding that kind of 5th scenario in there. Any other generator derate is considered as an outage. So that's why, since it's not in there, there's this approach that it's instead considered an outage. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so we had received stakeholder feedback on this topic from a couple stakeholders. It'll be good to hear a few more voices and even if that's questions about what is happening, it'll be good to have those voices in this conversation as well. So I think okay. So there's one topic we haven't touched yet is the dynamic limit functionality for adding it to the ISO's automated generation control system, otherwise referred to as AGS. And this would allow automatic signals of ancillary service availability. So one stakeholder had raised concerns about the fact that if there needs to be an outage card submitted in order to clear up room for AS awards, you've got a 50-minute lag between when you submit that and when you actually are doing the AS awards, where your variable energy resource may be in a different state or of production than what you had expected 45 minutes prior, right? So by adding that functionality into the automated system, it would clear out that whole process and allow for better, more seamless coordination for hybrid resources providing ancillary service awards. Then there were questions about whether we could do better modeling regarding sort of upper and lower economic limit derates or re-rates, and then also whether that regulation signal could be directly applied, and using the context of the regulation energy management model, which if resources opt into that model, NGR resources opt into that model, it uses like the full capacity becomes accessible for AS awards, but that's the thing that they're locked into, right? So it's essentially, let's reserve this whole resource as an AS resource, or as a regulation resource. As stated earlier, the clarification that we came back with is that, the tariff states that dynamic limits account for both economic and operational capabilities. We'll take this back and sort of re-clarify how this plays into SOC management. Thank you very much for the feedback today. Next slide, please. Okay, guiding principles here. So, the ISO seeks operational certainty and also wants to reduce the administrative burden for both the ISO and stakeholders around dynamic limits, while also being mindful of implementation constraints that arise from automation, that may arise from business units changing processes. As stated before, the idea is that dynamic limit capacity representation is in good faith. So it is actually what, as Chris was saying, the hybrid resources are providing reliable and efficient power to the grid. Sorry, that was not your exact words, but the concept is that that good faith is there for how that capacity is represented. And then just being mindful, especially of those technological restraints. We're in a world where we're standing up, we're implementing DAME and EDAM. There's a lot happening on the ISO side, so just being mindful of these types of asks when in whatever policy design we come up with. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so a couple questions. I think one that I would like to focus on, here is, or actually the bottom two are the ones that I'm curious about. So one is, is we've had discussions about how things should be prioritized at the same time, or like conducted at the same time, but we haven't had like detailed discussion here about where these topics line up with other topics in terms of priority. And that is something that I think would be very helpful to the ISO to get that feedback on, okay, what are the topics that are important to which stakeholders, to allow us to help figure out, we've got a lot of topics, right? There's a lot of topics we're discussing. And, there's a lot of excitement about getting into depth, right? Those are two very difficult things to manage. And if there's preferences about, hey, we want to get into depth about everything, but we really, really want to get into depth about this one first, that's a question that we would like to know the answer to. So think about it, provide it in the written comments, and we'll take that moving forward in this topic group and also other topic groups as well. So then the other thing is, oh, sorry, who was that?
Can I add something quickly here,
go for
Dinesh?
it. Yeah.
Sorry. I would say that in the comments here, it would be great to hear from stakeholders what kind of actions would fall under what they believe should be the acceptable use of dynamic limits. I think that would be very helpful to touch upon the comment that Bob sent. SOC management can mean different things for different people. What falls under that and its relative benefit compared to the alternative of using outages and the administrative burden that you see, including that in your feedback would be really helpful for the development of the issue paper. So we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. And then the other thing to add is that, you know, we've been talking about other topics all like in terms of what could be added. So for example, component level outages and derates as a potential additional topic. Are there other topics that are related to hybrid resources that, or like challenges, opportunities related to dynamic limits as well, that should be discussed here? This is the time. If you could provide that in your written comments, that'd be great as well. Okay. Any quick questions about dynamic limits and ancillary services before we move on to the final topic of the day?
I'm not seeing any hands or comments.
Okay, great. Moving on then. So finally closing out with distribution level charging constraints. Next slide, please. So this is a graph showing, you know, how they've grown over time. We've got around 1,400 megawatts of distribution level resources connected in. And to be clear, the scope of when we are talking about distribution level storage, we are strictly in this initiative, we're defining it as resources that are connected through the distribution level and participating in ISO markets. But these are utility, these are that participating in ISO markets bit is just as important as the fact that they're connected through the distribution level. That's a distinction that we're making between this initiative and the DDEMI initiative that is also recurring and led by a different team. Next slide, please. Okay. So important thing to note here is that these resources generally interconnect under a wholesale distribution access tariff. They don't have to, but a lot of times they do, and that's established by the distribution provider, and it sets out the rules of that interconnection. And resources must follow both that the ISO's tariff and market participation rules, as well as the distribution provider's rules. And sometimes the question here is sometimes those may conflict. Next slide, please. And in the event of that conflict, it's stated that resources should follow ISO instructions unless, quote unquote, human safety or electric facilities would be knowingly put at risk. However, on the flip side, distribution providers are also may also impose charging and discharging restrictions if deemed necessary and a constraint cannot be relieved through other methods. And that bottom bullet shows how the order of curtailment. So first off, you know, there's as available charging that gets curtailed first, right? And then the firm charging gets curtailed, and then finally that's all before retail load gets curtailed. Next slide, please. So currently, these charging constraints are captured via OMS. However, the ISO does need real-time transparency on distribution level storage resource charging constraints, especially for those resources providing resource adequacy. This is due to the fact that even though resources are supposed to follow ISO dispatch instructions unless there's an emergency, well, there have been instances where there have been those issues, and then suddenly, you know, grid operators are expecting something that isn't what they find, right? So next slide, please. So we had 9 entities provide feedback here. A lot were supportive of updating resource modeling rather than the ISO's initial thoughts here, which is to introduce a master file flag to say, hey, these are distribution level resources. And so operators would know that they may act slightly differently than than other storage resources. And then 3 were also supportive of continuing using OMS to identify these charging constraints moving forward. Next slide, please. So yeah, so I guess the for the last 12 minutes here, I know it's late. I appreciate everyone staying with us and, you know, continuing to provide excellent feedback and thoughts. I think the ISO would appreciate we would appreciate a more a bit more of what this looks like from a resources perspective, right? Because we at the ISO, we see what it looks like when it comes to us, but my personal sense is that there's a bit more being navigated by resources that need to follow both whatever the distribution provider is telling them they need to do and what the ISO is telling them they need to do. And how does that process look on your ends in terms of what you ultimately do and how resources ultimately engage with the grid? And then there were things about better modeling these resources in ISO models. And I think it would be helpful to me to, get a little bit more clarity about what specific enhancement, what does that actually mean in terms of what specific modeling enhancements would we explore? What are the things that we can take back and say, okay, if we model it this way, it'll work in the way we want it to model. And especially when we're changing anything related to modeling, right? It's like some things may be small, some things may be big, right? And having those specific suggestions, especially since there is a lot of support for modeling enhancements here, would be very helpful, either in verbal comments now or in written comments later on. And then are there other topics and challenges or opportunities related to distribution level storage that we can also discuss? This is the same question as with the hybrids, whether there are other topics that are out there, that other concerns or questions that we can have productive discussion here in the Storage Design and Modeling Initiative. Okay, with that, any takers? Any questions? Any comments? Go for it, Rahul.
Hi, Dinesh. This is Rahul with AES. We are looking to bring a resource online. So from our perspective, we are trying to learn how is this resource going to be treated differently by CAISO than, say, if we have a hybrid resource that has grid charging restriction at the distribution level, from CAISO perspective, does it treat anything differently? Is the market participation different? We are trying to learn more rather than sharing experience. So where I'm coming from, does CAISO have any specific documentation about these resources and treatment?
I think this is the problem that CAISO has. If and someone correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's like at this point in time, we're a technology neutral organization, right? So we don't have I don't believe we have specific documentation here saying that these resources are treated differently than these resources. So here, do you have something out there?
I can chime in here. So from a market participation perspective, the resource would be able to, submit bids, participate like another supply resource. The key difference on the restrictions for a resource interconnected at the distribution level is that it might face additional requirements based on the tariff of its distribution company. Now, for us, and this is also why we've brought this issue to this topic group, included it here. That usually means that we get these restrictions communicated via outage cards, but it does not flag the resource otherwise. That it's a resource the main difference being that it's interconnected at the distribution level. So the the participation, its ability to self-schedule, that is, it's regular. The problem really is in visibility from our end. So hopefully that addresses the question. And also, Raul, welcome to chat about it more offline in an email or otherwise, because this is also part of we would be interested to know how, or for anyone in their comments as well, we would be interested to know how prevalent or attractive this mode of participation is to the market. We so far have seen very limited resources, not an awful lot of megawatts, but it would be good to understand the trajectory, the trends, if you would like to share in your comments or other organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sergio. And one more thing to add, also what are the factors that make you decide to go one way or the other in terms of participation models related to distribution level? That's also something that we're interested in as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'll definitely set up a call with you and reach out to you offline.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands or any other questions in the chat.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Yelena, do you want to close us out here?
Yeah, we can. I don't know if you wanted to open it up for any more discussion, I guess, or we only have 5 minutes. Okay, so here's next steps. The comments are going to be due by end of day on July 16th for this meeting, and we'll get the comment template posted by tomorrow. And then we're going to have our next meeting, our next working group on August 6th for outage management, uplift and dub, and SSE management. And then the comments for that will be due on August 20th. I'm not sure what, for the August 6th meeting. Okay, next slide. Next slide. I forgot I wasn't moving slides. Next slide. Okay, so this is the slide with the comments, and there's everything posted there. The initiative page will also have the comment template as always, and the link is there. If you have any other questions, you can send an email to ISO Stakeholder Affairs. And let's go to the next slide. Okay, and in an effort to keep you engaged in everything going on here at the ISO, here are the meetings for this week and the comment deadlines and the trainings. Next slide. And here is our, here are some dates for MarketSim and BPM PRR updates for this week. Next slide. And we have our latest blog from 6/19 posted here, and you can subscribe from the link below. Since we're at time, I'm going to say thank you on behalf of Stakeholder Affairs. Thank you to Nicole Selling, Chris Devon, Sam Heil, and Kunjal for your presentations, along with Dinesh and Sergio. And thank you to Silas and Ahmed, our event producers, for their support. In a few business days, we're going to post the recording of this call to the Storage Design and Modeling Initiative page. Thank you to everybody who participated and attended, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Ahmed, you may conclude the call.
This event has concluded. Thank you for using event services. You may now disconnect.